Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. I have a quorum of the Planning Committee in the room, so I'll call the committee to order and ask members to take their seats. I'll welcome everyone to the Planning Committee meeting for the 9th of April. It's the 51st meeting of the committee for this term of council. If you wish to speak to the committee with respect to any of the items that are on the agenda today, if you'd fill in a white request to speak form, a fiche de demande d'intervention, and bring it to the committee assistant to my closest right, we'll make sure you get on the agenda to speak to the committee. In the event that we run long, not saying we will, but and you can't stay, and you'd like to provide written comments, a comment sheet is available at the door if you wish to provide comments to us. They will be put on the public record and will preserve your any rights that you would have under the with respect to the Ontario Municipal Board. So. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 5 to 11 on today's agenda. For the items listed above, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board if Council does not adopt an amendment within 120 days of receipt of the application for zoning and 180 days for an official plan amendment. Une feuille de commentaires est disponible à l'entrée pour toute personne désirant soumettre des commentaires écrits concernant les modifications. So there is, as I said, a comment sheet at the door for anyone wishing to submit written comments. So, members of committee, are there any declarations of interest? None? Confirmation of minutes. Minutes 50, the 26th of March, 2013. Are they carried? Carried. Okay, we're going to hold item number 1 and come back to it. We have people who are going to speak to it. We're going to hold item number 2, which is Building a Livable Ottawa, Comprehensive 5-Year Review, and we're going to come back to that one because we not only have speakers, but we're going to want to talk to Mr. Cross and Mr. Nixie. We have no one registered to speak to item number 3, contribution to Habitat for Humanity in the amount equal to the development charges for 2129 Nantes Street. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to this item? No? Members of the committee, is this item carried? Carried. Okay. Items 4 and 5 we're going to come back to. So a number of speakers, and we'll get a presentation on that one. 4 and 5. Item number 6, Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 208-250, Anomalies and Minor Corrections, Second Report 2013. I have no one registered to speak to the committee with respect to this item. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 6? Nope. Members of committee, is item number 6 carried? No? Is it a quick question? Okay, so why don't we hold it, and if staff can come back to you with the answer, in the meantime, we can get rid of the item, but if not, when we get to it, you'll be able to ask your question. Item number 7 is an official plan amendment, Barrhaven South Landowners Cost Sharing Agreement. We have, members of committee, we have 2 speakers, Mr. Josh Moon, who is opposed to the recommendation, and Ms. Malans, who was also opposed, but apparently they've been able to work out an arrangement whereby we can carry this item on the condition that Council considers it on May 8th, which will give both parties time to work out their respective issues. Is that correct, Mr. Mark?
Mr. Chair, the concern actually has been addressed. They needed an email of confirmation from staff. That has been sent. So I believe that takes care of Mr. Moon's concern. Ms. Malintz's concern was that this matter be dealt with after the appeal period on the East Urban Cost Sharing Agreement, and so by deferring this matter to May 8th, that addresses Ms. Malintz's concern.
Okay.
So I believe both have been addressed.
Okay. Mr. Moon, is that correct? And so you're satisfied if we move with what's happened, you don't need to speak to committee? Okay. Ms. Malins, are you satisfied with what's been said here? Okay. So you don't need to speak to committee? Okay. So, members of, is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to item number 7, cost sharing official plan amendment, Barhaven South landowners? No? Okay, carried as amended, directing that this item go to council on May 8th. Carried. Is that carried? Carried. Excellent, thank you very much. Okay, item number 8 is the zoning at 5769 Fernbank Road. We have one person registered to speak in agreement, Ms. Miller-Martin. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 8, 5769 Fernbank Road? Ms. Miller-Martin, do you need to, you're in favor of the application? I am. You don't need to speak to committee if we're prepared to carry this item? Okay. You don't need to speak to committee. Perfect. That's what we want to hear. Good. Okay. Members of committee, is the item carried? Carried. Okay. Item number 9 is the zoning at 333 King Edward Avenue. I have no one registered to speak to the committee with respect to this item. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to 333 King Edward Avenue? No? Well, members of committee, is this item carried? 333 King Edward Avenue? Yes, carried. Okay. Item number 10 we're going to come back to, which is the zoning at 505 Preston. Item number 10, oh, sorry, that's item number 10. Item number 11 is the zoning at 2107 Mare Blue Road. I have no one registered to speak to the committee with respect to 2107 Mare Blue Road. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to the zoning at 2107 Mare Blue Road? Okay, members of committee, is this item... Sorry, you're right. Mr. Soroka, you're in agreement with you're the only speaker registered. You're in agreement with the staff recommendation? Yes. Okay, do you need to speak to the committee as long as we're prepared to carry this item?
No, carry it.
Sorry?
If there's no questions,
okay. If there are questions, we'll hold it, but if not, we're prepared to carry it. So, members of committee, is this item carried? Yeah. Carried. There you go. Okay, item number 12 is the 2012 annual report pursuant to the Building Code Act. I have no one registered to speak to the committee with respect to this item. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 12, 2012 annual report pursuant to the Building Code Act? Members of committee, is this item carried? Carried. Okay. Item number 13 is the Urban Lanes Management Policies and Standards. And we have one person registered to speak. Okay, so and we have a motion. We're going to need a motion to deal with some supplementary information from Transportation Committee. So we're going to hold item number 13 and come back to it. Okay. If we can go back to item number 1. This is a response to an inquiry raised by Councillor Hobbs with respect to demolition and the Occupational Health and Safety Act. And Ms. Gregoire, do you want to just give the committee the high points?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The inquiry requested the city to essentially assume new responsibilities over and above what the Ontario Building Code requires us to assume in order to address a perceived lack of coverage amongst legislations, specifically the Occupational Health and Safety Act, which is enforced by the Ministry of Labour, and also the Environmental Protection Act, which is enforced by the Ministry of Environment of the Province of Ontario. The Building Code Act and the Code are very specific as to what a municipality can require as a prerequisite to a building permit. As long as, basically, a building permit cannot be issued as long as, let me just put it positively, a building permit must be issued once you've established that the construction will meet the building code and that all applicable law has been met. Typical applicable law in a municipal level is the zoning bylaw. If the act or the code does not specifically refer to another piece of legislation that has a construction connection to the building code, then we have no authority to enforce that provision. And in this case, the Occupational Health and Safety Act is not applicable law, and therefore we have no authority to make it a prerequisite that designated substance reports be submitted as a prerequisite to a building permit, which includes demolition.
So, not applicable law as it relates to the building code.
That's correct.
Right.
Nor are we the entity that is charged with enforcing the Occupational Health and Safety Act, other than with respect to our employees. So from that perspective, we don't require our building inspectors to enter a low-rise building that is slated for destruction and demolition, and therefore there's no risk to our workers, and therefore we don't require a designated substance report or an environmental assessment as a prerequisite to a demolition. So in our response back to the community, we explained the legislative authorities and why the municipality doesn't do it. Question back was why not? It would be a good thing, and truth be told, if we had resources that were available to do more, we would do more building code inspections that go to public safety, as we are mandated to do. We have a service level that we've adopted, and if we had any wiggle room, we would certainly expand on such inspections as ensuring proper security fencing around all construction sites. We are always reacting as opposed to being proactive. So there's other things that if we had wiggle room with respect to resources that we would look into for public safety. I understand that the community group have a presentation. I didn't prepare a presentation because this was mostly their initiative. So unless there's any other questions, yeah.
Perfect. Are there questions for Ms. Gregoire? No? Okay. So, the two speakers are Heather Pearl and Lynn Bankier. And if you'd like to come up. How come I can't?
Lights it up.
First of all, we really do appreciate Arlene having taken the time to talk to us, and we appreciate the fact that Catherine helped us to bring this issue to Planning Committee. And it's all been very informative I've certainly learned a lot over the past year that we've been looking into this. Now, basically, we know that there is a bit of a gap here. Not maybe legislatively, but there is an issue, and we are looking for ways to close that. So, first of all, I am going to just go over and give a little bit of context for the problem, state the issues and where we are at this point, and what we think we need to do in the future. So, I'm sorry, I'm Heather Pearl. I'm presenting on behalf of the Federation of Citizens Associations. Okay, so we know that there's a strong focus on intensification, and we've got many older homes in established neighborhoods that are being demolished to make way for new construction. Our demolitions tend to occur in clusters, and we do know that in the past there were all kinds of building materials used that are no longer allowed to be used. The legislation requires a designated substance report and remediation if needed prior to the commencement of any work. This should be easy for any developer to do, since it can be done the minute they purchase the property. They don't have to wait for that. And I guess if occupational health and safety rules, legislation were required, we know that when OSHA is done right, public safety is protected, as is the environment. Now, to just look at the list of designated and other regulated or controlled substances, I've bolded the ones that you're most likely to find in communities. And the designation is typically reserved for substances that are known to be particularly hazardous to the health and safety of workers. But, there can be releases which are also hazardous to the community, particularly when you have a lot of demolition happening in a very small area. There's also a specific regulation relating to the designated substance asbestos, and it's found everywhere. So there's a list of common materials that it can be found in. Now, we know it's no danger if it's sealed into something, but when you've got something being smashed, it is released. There are 3 classifications of different types of work: type 1, type 2, type 3, depending on the level of potential friability, whether it can, really be released, as in the case with vermiculite that contains asbestos that was used in insulating homes up until the end of the 80s, actually. So it's also in varying levels in stucco. Without a designated substance report, how do we know? Now, we know that for buildings more than 3 stories and buildings of greater than 600 meters squared, it's required for a professional engineer to monitor these demolitions. And they have a guideline: professional engineers providing services for demolition of buildings and other structures. And they talk about demolition general review is intended to protect the public and workers by ensuring the activities being undertaken are safe as covered by the regulation of the Building Code Act and the Occupational Health and Safety Act and other applicable standards. So those larger constructions, demolitions, are taken care of. It's the smaller ones we're worried about, the most common ones that are occurring throughout the city right now, in every neighborhood. So we have this great legislation, but we don't see that it's being actioned. Oh, how do I go back?
The arrow there.
Yes, sorry. Okay. So there's just no oversight of owners and constructors of properties of 3 or fewer stories. So, the City of Ottawa issues demolition permits, does not require pre-approval submission of DSR and proof of compliance. We've heard why. We've noted that the OSH legislation on designated substances is not listed, so it's not considered applicable. it also then is not applicable legislation for the purposes of those applying for demolition permits. So does this mean that there's no link between the building code and occupational health and safety? Now, we know that there's also an issue with compliance monitoring. The Ministry of Labour, they also are resource poor. They're authorized to act on complaints from the public, but demolitions proceed quickly with little or no warning. We know that demolition permits are not even posted in many cases, and often inspectors couldn't respond quickly enough even if somebody phoned them, and there's also limitations on when they can enter the building sites. If nobody's working at that point, they can't enter the site. So we've got some major limitations. So basically, we end up with no monitoring, minimal enforcement, and that is a recipe for non-compliance. We believe that contraventions are likely to be extensive. This non-compliance is risk to public and worker health and safety and to the environment. We know it affects towns and cities throughout the province, and we want the City of Ottawa and the province to work together to, without delay, bridge this gap. Now, this is just an example of what's happened in one side of one community just in the past little over 2 years. 16 demolitions marked in blue. You can see how clustered they are. There are 10 known to be pending, marked in orange, plus several major renovations needing significant deconstruction. Now, we know in the case of the R2 side of the neighborhood that when these demolitions are, that demolitions will need to be done because all of these need minor variances through the Committee of Adjustment. So there is notification. We don't know on the R1 side of the neighborhood until the building starts to go up really or go down that something's happened or that something's going to be done. So we've also contacted the Minister of Labour, and we've noted that residents and workers in older neighbourhoods that are undergoing high degrees of intensification are at particular risk of exposure due to designated substances. And we know that the demolition permits are being issued to an undetermined number of people who are contravening the code. So we've asked the Minister to include the OSH legislation, or to work to include the OSH legislation regarding designated substances as applicable law. Okay. We believe that this will close the gap between the legislation and the building code. And we think it's consistent with the building code's objective where they say that they want to limit the potential for exposure. Back again. We also think that the city as a corporation is responsible for taking care to prevent contraventions. You have an obligation to protect public health and safety. So ultimately we would like to have the submission of the DSR and remediation reports, if required, made prerequisites of obtaining demolition permits. So there we would end up closing the gap. This is a simple spot to close the gap. It's an administrative control. If we have you guys direct that this can be done, then we feel that this, and giving the public the right to know if a DSR has been done and if designated substances are there and removed properly, we figure that this would be a good way to close that gap. And I just want to bring your attention to the NCC. They sent a message around to the Federation of Citizens Associations and said, here, send this to all of your members. And basically, what they've done in this is they've talked about the small scale. It's basically a house and some outbuildings that they're demolishing on in the green belt, and they talk about the heritage laws and the occupational health and safety, and they'll get rid of the designated substances as required. So it's totally transparent. So, I mean, they're obviously the constructor on this. It'd be nice if constructors everywhere would do this kind of thing, but, I mean, if this kind of information should be available to everyone, it should be transparent. So, this is an opportunity. I don't look at this as a problem. This is an opportunity. We've presented a potential solution. There may be other solutions that you guys can come up with that would be much better than what we've been suggesting, but we feel that we've outlined something that is a real problem, and we are looking to you to help us resolve that problem. So that's me.
So just so that I can understand, right now, the responsibility for enforcing the Occupational Health and Safety Act rests with which ministry?
Ministry of Labor.
So what you're asking us is to accept new responsibilities in the area of occupational health and safety. We call that in our world downloading. I mean, if it's their responsibility to deal with that, why don't we just force them to do their job and enforce their legislation? Why should we take on something that they've created and use scarce resources that we have to implement to do their job for them?
What I think is that you guys should get together and talk, and maybe there is a potential for some money to come your way, or maybe there's potential for them to do more.
But money coming our way with the provincial government, it comes, and then it stops. And then it all comes to me. And so, and you know, this is the real, and you know what? You've hit on one of the big challenges, because you know what? You can talk to us. You can come and rail at us about doing this and doing that. You can compliment us, but you can't get it. How often do you get a hearing with the Minister of Labor to say, look, you got to bridge this gap? You can't. So, and quite rightly, you come to us. And I think it's our job, and subject to what the committee says, to go back to the Ministry of Labor and say, do your job, because people are saying to us that you're not doing your job.
Well, we have asked to meet with the Minister of Labor, so we hope, I've prepared a briefing document that outlines the issues, and we hope that we will be able to get something going there. I
think your first line of defense should be police your own legislation. You're not doing a good enough job of it. But that would be my approach. But yeah, you know, that's the first line of defense with those guys. I mean, I think it's hard for us to start. If we send the signal that we're willing to accept new responsibilities without funding or with little or no funding, you know what? We're going to get more than just occupational health and safety. We're going to get more responsibility to deliver a service with less money. They just did it in human services there in their last budget, cut $50 million out of it and said, municipalities, you deal with the problem. So, you know, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, on my own behalf, I'm reluctant to send a signal to the province that we're prepared to accept any new responsibilities without an ironclad, which we will never get, funding source to go with them. But, I mean, I'll leave it to other members of the committee if you have any further questions for the delegation. Sorry? Okay. So thank you very much. Is it Lynn?
It's Heather, and Lynn is going to be speaking
You
next.
got
Yep.
So, did you have your... it's on, yeah, and how do I use it?
Yeah.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lynn Bankier. I'm co-chair of the Champlain Park Community Association. I'm here actually as well, though, as a resident who is very directly impacted by intensification and the associated demolition that, of course, goes along with it. I live in what I call the epicenter of development and demolition and redevelopment in our community of Champlain Park. And I want to also preface this by saying that, in fact, our community association has worked very closely with developers who are submitting most of their applications in the R2 to the Committee of Adjustment. We're known to be good negotiators, and we've actually gone more often in agreement recently because we and the developers have worked out how to work together to come up with compatible development. So this isn't anything to do with anti-intensification. In fact, we work very well with developers to come to mutual agreements, but we want to see it done safely.
Okay. No, not a problem.
So most of what I'm going to do is just provide some pictorial illustration of some of the points that Heather has already stated. This is my home on Carlton Avenue in Champlain Park. It's the yellow house, though the color doesn't appear that easily on the slide, it seems. And the house to the left is shortly to be demolished. But that's not the sole demolition around me right now. That would have been the case prior to intensification. There would have been one here, one there. But as Heather's map showed, there's been concentrated demolition and redevelopment in the R2, especially on my half block. There have been already 4 completed and 1 pending within sight of my front porch. And the next slides are just illustrating the view from my front porch. And you may wonder why. I'm showing this just to illustrate that there's a lot of demolition happening in very close quarters to residents currently under the intensification policies. So I'll go quickly. This is across the street from me, different stages of demolition. This shows 2 properties side by side, again in view of my front porch. Longer view, there's 2 side by side and 1 at the corner, which you'll see more closely. There's the one at the corner. Across the street from it, there are 2 new buildings. There was 1 demolition associated with that. So the Occupational Health and Safety Act does require designated substances to be identified before demolition. We wonder about compliance with this for small-scale infill. We know from a Ministry of Labour inspection report for a recent non-compliant project that many of the homes built in the Ottawa area before 1980 contain specifically 1 designated substance, asbestos in one form or another, and it is the responsibility of the owners to ensure that there are no hazards related to asbestos. This illustrates Heather's list, shows you many places where asbestos can be found in older construction. Demolition, there is a new regulation since 2005. They periodically upgrade the asbestos regulations, and it requires that asbestos be safely removed before demolition occurs. Again, we are wondering about compliance. This regulation has a lot of detail. This is a serious matter. These signs simply kind of summarize pages of regulations in terms of types 1, 2, and 3 asbestos removal operations. A water truck can be used along with other things to settle dust. In a type 3 removal, which is applicable to vermiculite, which is very commonly found in older homes, this illustrates some of the more stringent regulations, and I have first-hand experience of this because I hired a firm to do it in my own home so that exposures would not occur to workers and to my family. So there's negative air pressure, there's plastic tunnels. There's signage which indicates what some of the health hazards are and what the requirements for apparel are. There's a shower, believe it or not. This was actually in my, okay, so is that my time up now?
It is.
Yeah, okay, that's fine, because actually that was mostly what I wanted to show you, is that it is serious business, and as Heather mentioned, there are gaps, which I do believe Catherine and I are going to discuss in a little more detail later. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any questions? Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Hobbs.
Thanks, Chair Hume, and thanks so much, Lynn and Heather, because you've done a lot of work on this, and also Ms. Gregoire, who's been fabulous in helping us out with this. So, and Lynn, you mentioned that this happened in your house, and is this how you became interested in this problem?
Well, yeah, it sensitized me to the fact that there were requirements. They were stringent, and research on the internet and speaking to actually the professional firm that did my own removal allowed me to understand that in fact this applies to demolition as well, not just if you're doing your own renovation.
Okay. So, you know, you've done a lot of research now, so I guess the bottom line is that you know, you are wanting the ministry to do more, or what are your conclusions? Maybe if you could just...
Well, actually, what I found out, because I've had extensive conversation even with management in the Ministry of Labour, plus I have talked to the inspector who who shut down a site in Champlain Park due to non-compliance with the legislation. And as Heather mentioned, one of the problems is that they can't act until there's work ongoing on the site. In other words, they can't be proactive. The municipality does issue demolition permits, so there's an opportunity there before the work commences. In the situation that did occur in our neighborhood, in fact, the demolition was 2/3 complete before, and that was with quite an early complaint-based call to the ministry, because so it was 2/3 complete. The job site was set down. Remediation, identification of the substance was required of them. They were required to look for the substances and do the DSR and put remediation in place. By then, exposures would have occurred, and not only that, their response time was 2.5 hours, which is considered very fast for the Ministry of Labour, because it's all on priority basis. If there had been an industrial accident with deaths, they would have come perhaps 2 days later, dependent on their resources, as with everyone. Okay.
So, as I understand it, it's up to the owners to comply. So it's a self-reliance. And so what makes you think that they're not, that people are not taking this seriously, the owners and contractors?
Okay. Well, we have direct evidence of one non-compliant case in our own community. I've also spoken directly to some owners who are either evasive or actually tell me quite definitively that this legislation doesn't apply to them. In fact, one of the owners who told me that was the one whose job site was subsequently shut down, because in fact the legislation did apply. I also spoke, and I thank very much Ms. Gregoire for connecting me with the Deputy Chief Building Official of Oshawa. He also thinks this category is largely non-compliant, and that some are taking advantage of a perceived loophole where they say they are doing the work themselves. But I have not yet seen in our community anybody who's an owner going in and taking down a house by themselves. They always hire a firm, and the minute that happens, they are subject to this legislation. So I think there's an educational gap there. Also, perhaps a desire to get out of the legislation. Perhaps it costs more money. And also, I'm living in a demolition zone. In addition to the 4 who happened around me, there have been a total of 11 to 14 on my street. So we kind of see what's going on, and I don't see special measures in place. I see them coming in directly, and the first thing that happens, it appears, is the demolition. So the gap that Heather was referring to is not a legislative gap. We understand the responsibility rests with the ministry. we understand that the ministry, who I've spoken to quite a bit, just can't fulfill the function that we're asking the municipality to consider, or, as you've said, Mr. Hume, work with the Ministry of Labour to find better ways to address small-scale infill demolitions.
Okay, Councillor.
So basically, just sort of in conclusion, what are you asking sort of councillors or maybe council to do, just in summary?
The first thing is, I think there has to be recognition that there is a problem. We are not coming here to just rail against you because we can't talk to the ministry.
I should have used. Present to us.
Sorry. Well, I'm not.
Should have used a better word, I guess. But
I'm not
we're the guys you can complain to, but we very rarely get complimented to.
Yeah.
So
I do compliment you, and I compliment Ms. Hobbs for working with us, and Ms. Gregoire, because I understand the constraints she works under and the whole municipality does. We want you to be aware there is an issue here. I think it's a legitimate one. We understand that the directives that the staff are working under will not allow them currently to fulfill the requests that we are making. We don't think, well, we do think that especially your committee, Planning Committee, has oversight for the intensification process. This is happening in greater intensity due to the intensification process in what used to be quiet little residential neighborhoods with 1940s to 60s homes that saw the odd demolition maybe every few years. We're talking about, on my half block alone, 5, and I'm talking about a half block. I'm not even talking about a full block. I'm talking in view of my front porch. We're talking about a lot of demolition happening of homes that are known to be highly likely to have asbestos-containing materials in them. So I guess what I'm really asking is, first, recognition of the issue as legitimate, and second, to find some better ways that this can be addressed, whether it be what Heather has suggested and what is supported by the Federations of Citizens Associations, which includes our community, or whether there are alternate ways to go, that would all be fine as well. But we just don't think it should be swept under the rug, nor when a resident such as mine, who has a demolition upcoming beside me, says, listen, I have this concern, I would like some assurances that this has been done next door, or will be done next door, that I'm basically shifted from one to the other, saying, well, it's not my responsibility, or if it is, in the case of the Ministry of Labour, that's not how we work. So that's the dilemma that I'm in, and I would feel better if I knew the workers were being protected, because I know then that the Type 1, 2, and 3 asbestos removal regulations would be put in place, which would prevent broader exposure of nearby neighbors and potential contamination of who knows what, air, soil, intake into homes through their ventilation systems, etc. That's really what I'm asking.
Thank you very much. And I just have a little question for Ms. Gregoire, and that's it.
Okay, a question for Ms. Gregoire.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both for your presentations.
And just in terms, Ms. Gregoire, of the education component and letting the smaller maybe contractors or homeowners know, do we provide any information in a permit process on the issues that could be in the house?
As a matter of fact, we work closely with the Ministry of Labour's office in the Eastern Ontario area, and we distribute to applicants paper information on the designated substances, but as well as a DVD that the Ministry of Labour has prepared. And
I looked at it. It's very good.
okay. So we give these to small contractors because we know that they may not be aware of the Occupational Health and Safety Act, and specifically with respect to designated substances and asbestos especially. So we give those out. We're working with the Ministry of Labour right now in developing another package where we're waiting for them to have it translated into French so we can distribute it in both official languages. And recently we upgraded our database system to be able to give them notice the moment a demolition permit has been issued, so that they have that information ahead of time. Sometimes it's temporary at the same time that it's actually occurring. But with our new enterprise system that we're developing and putting into place by year end, we're looking at other ways of connecting with the ministry office in Ottawa to give them a better heads up.
Okay. So, I guess is the bigger risk here to the workers, and what about the neighbors? If a building comes down near them, what your opinion on who's at risk? Sorry.
The Occupational Health and Safety Act is designed to protect the worker, and the viewpoint is that if the worker is safe in undertaking demolition, then the public, by extension, will be safe. It's the close proximity, day in, day out, of designated substances that will eventually affect the worker's health, and that's why they have focused it on the worker.
Yep. But for the neighbors in the area, for any airborne, how far would we expect some of this contamination to spread if a house is being torn down?
I wouldn't be able to. Those are called fugitive emissions, there's not, to my knowledge, there's no regulation that addresses fugitive emissions in the Occupational Health and Safety Act or the Ministry of Environment.
Okay. And if we did expect a DSR to be part of a building permit process, I expect that there's a cost, the additional cost to the homeowner that wants to do that. But what would the cost be to the city? How would it affect the city's operation if that's a requirement?
To just give you an example, we would have to develop the expertise in-house in reviewing those reports. Because once the information has been provided to the city, then there's a due diligence or duty of care for us to know what we're looking at and to take action accordingly. I've had discussions with the chief medical officer, and he signals that he would have to hire an expert in order to provide that level of service, which would require us to cost recover fully from the applicants.
Okay.
And based on the fact that we have approximately 200 demolition permits a year, you're looking at over $1,000 for that additional cost for the chief medical officer to have an expert on hand to review these reports. For the city, we would then be required to maintain the information under the regulations. Any documents submitted to the city is a corporate record and would have to be maintained.
Okay.
So there are costs to it, and then there's of course exposure to liability. Our legal department has told us that we shouldn't assume responsibilities that are clearly assigned to another jurisdiction, as we then assume any liabilities that would attach to failure to recognize a designated substance or failure to take action and so on and so forth.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentations, and thank you, Ms. Gregoire. Okay, so can we receive this report? Received? Okay. Thank you very much. Item number 2, Building a Livable Ottawa. And we're here to talk about employment lands. And we have the excerpt from the employment lands report that was before us 2 weeks ago. And Mr. Cross, Mr. Nixie, and Ms. Snedden, if you can give us just an update that would give us some perspective as to where we are now relative to where we were 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of committee. Certainly where we are today is much earlier than where we were on March 26th. So I do appreciate the fact that we've been allowed an opportunity to come back and make a fulsome presentation on the Nixie study. So happy to have Ian Cross here and Dan Nixie from Danix. What you'll be receiving today is a fulsome presentation on the work that has been done on this Phase 1 study. And then we will be here, obviously, for questions and answers. So I'm going to turn it over to Ian.
Thank you, Leanne. I have a few slides to address questions that came up from delegations on the March 26th meeting, and then I'll be turning it over to Daniel Nixie.
Okay.
Oops. This one. Sorry. Okay, just briefly, the key points I want to address is just to reiterate the fundamental purpose of the employment land study. Secondly, make it clear what land is included and not included. Just a brief overview of the current employment land supply by area. Say a few words about the question of federal land ownership, and I'll be making some responses to the presentations from last committee. And at the end of Mr. Nixie's presentation, I'll be just summarizing the recommendations. So, primary purpose of the employment land study is to respond to the policy in the official plan, to look at the supply of, demand for land for employment, housing, and other purposes to meet the requirements of the provincial policy statement. And of course, this specifically deals with the employment aspect. As you will recall, the housing aspect was addressed in a report last November to committee. Secondly, it includes, of course, as the process has continued, it's picked up a number of site-specific issues that the study is also looking at. In terms of land included, just to be very clear that it's all land designated in the official plan as employment area or enterprise area. The inventory also looks at land that is zoned, typically smaller areas where land is zoned industrial. And it includes all land regardless of ownership. So we're looking at private, federal, provincial, municipal. It does, and to be absolutely clear, it does not include any land in the NCC Greenbelt. The reference to land within the Greenbelt refers, of course, to the urban area within the Greenbelt. And lastly, it does not include, and I think this is a very important point, it does not include land in other designations which have significant amounts of employment, such as mixed-use centers, and of course the central area, and many other categories of non-employment land. And just to put that in perspective, new jobs created since 2006, 70% of those new jobs have been on land that is not employment land. So the employment land is a very special and protected subset. It's just not a very good image of Schedule B of the official plan, but just to reiterate, the employment areas are in blue, and the enterprise areas, which allow a mix of employment and residential under certain circumstances, are designated in purple. And just quickly by area, going from west to east, Canada Stittsville, we have 269 net hectares of vacant employment land, you see in green on the map. It's mostly private, over half of it's serviced, and to put that supply in some sort of context of the last 4 years, there's 31 hectares been consumed. So the supply is quite long-term. In Barrhaven area, 186 hectares vacant. About half of it is serviced, and consumption the last 4 years, 3 hectares, quite low. We hope that'll pick up in the near future when 416 Business Park gets going. Riverside South and Leitrim also have a very large supply, close to 250 hectares. Very little of it is currently serviced, and consumption has been also quite low, 6 hectares in the last 4 years. At New Orleans, 168 hectares currently exist. About a third of it is serviced, and about 10 hectares consumed the last 4 years. So more than in the south, less than the west. Land ownership, I think very important to understand that, yes, 25% of it is federal, but of the 25%, most of that, 80%, is land under the airport authority, and they are very keen to develop their land. Now, in terms of what what committee heard March 26th from the Walton MMM presentation. You may recall that committee was told that the 2008 employment land study concluded there was not enough employment land. In fact, what the study actually said, and I quote, the current designated supply of employment lands in Ottawa is more than adequate to accommodate projected demand for employment lands in the planning horizon to 2031. And that's a quote out of page 55 of the report that you see highlighted there. You've also heard that the 2008 study recommended the city add employment land, and that 25% of the land supply is owned by the federal government, which was implied will never develop it. What the study actually said is that the city should identify airport lands appropriate for employment development, and that work has been done, and in fact the city is working jointly with the airport authority to bring those lands to employment-ready status. Secondly, as I alluded to, the 21% federal, 25% federal, rather, most of that is airport authority, and development is proceeding with actually at a good pace. Last 2 years, 15 hectares or 25% of all employment land developed was airport authority land, so things are happening. You also heard there's only 90 hectares short-term land supply located within 1 kilometer of major highways, and also that there are no parcels over 10 hectares in the short-term supply. What the facts are is that actually land near highways is a small part of land demand in Ottawa, and I note that during the high-tech boom, there was very little, close to no land developed near highways, so its importance is, I think, fair to say, exaggerated in what you were told. Secondly, land near highways is most suited actually to transport and logistics. Certainly part of Ottawa's economy, but a small part. And lastly, Ottawa has very few users of parcels over 10 hectares. That's over 25 acres of land. That's very large parcels. We don't have large manufacturers. Almost all our land consumption is for parcels under 5 hectares, and that's where the supply is concentrated. And with that, I'll turn it over to Daniel Nixon.
Can you put up my presentation?
I can do that.
Well, okay. Want to share your seats?
Sure.
Good morning. I will pick up where Ian just left off. And the outline of the presentation for today is sort of in 3 parts. The first part brings us down to bolster the conclusion that the land supply currently for employment purposes in lands designated employment areas is more than adequate to see us through the term of the current official plan and beyond, as it turns out. So that'll be the first part of the presentation, to bolster that conclusion, which also builds on the conclusion at the last time this was reviewed in 5 years ago. The second part of, I should add at the same time, another small study underway which is ancillary to this is to say within that larger envelope of adequacy of lands, how are we doing on the short term? What about the amount of land that could be immediately be available for employment development? And so there's a small study underway which will be brought to conclusion shortly that looks at the readiness of the land supply for short-term purposes. The second part of the presentation will look at 7 different theme areas. There's a number of questions which were brought to bear on the employment land situation in the city, and I'll go through those one by one as sort of thematic packages, and then there's some recommendations and next steps. The purpose of the study, Ian has provided to you to look within the ambit of the official plan review, the employment land situation in terms of its supply and demand and how those two things play out over the horizon of the official plan. Employment areas that Ian mentioned are very specific terminology, and these are lands which are designated within the official plan, and they are specific lands that are referenced in the provincial policy statement. In the provincial policy statement, there's a couple things I'd like to bring to your attention. First of all, that first line, to make sure there's appropriate mix and range of employment. The salient point here is that in providing for a mix and range of employment lands don't carry the full burden. Ian mentioned that 70% of jobs are on lands other than employment lands. So in getting to the comfort on the first statement, we don't look just to employment lands to do that job. Secondly, I've bolded for your attention that an important subject matter in the provincial policy statement, which does speak directly to this subject, is the duty to plan for and protect and preserve employment areas. Those are the areas designated in an official plan. Also, the provincial policy statements contemplates that there may be a request to convert lands away from employment purposes to other uses, which is not prohibited, but there are tests to be met. And that conversion should only occur where it's been demonstrated those lands are not required for employment purposes. And in fact, there is a need for the use to which the conversion is proposed. I'll be recycling back to that statement a little later in the presentation. A few revisions coming to the provincial policy statement. Two of them I'll mention here. One is that there's this new focus or interest in planning for corridors of goods movement. And it's one of the thematic areas that was addressed in this current study, so I'll bring the conclusions to you. Another one was this emphasis on having and the promotion of investment-ready communities, and that's why there's this extra little study looking at how well the employment land supply is in a ready condition, and we'll be looking for opportunities for lands which are near ready. This is a chart form of what Ian mentioned to you, that in the official plan, of course, there's many, many designations, and within all of those designations, employment occurs, so there's different kinds of employment nodes throughout the official plan and throughout the urban and rural areas. You think of major employment nodes which are not on employment land. You think of universities, and you think of hospitals, and you think of our major shopping centers. There's the whole central area which carries its full range of employment users. So what we're getting down to is that the employment areas that we're looking at are a subset of the official plan designations, and that's what the provincial policy statement speaks to, that subset. And just as an upside-down presentation of what Ian said, 3 in 10 jobs locate on employment areas. The rest are carried elsewhere. In terms of land adequacy, how adequate is the employment land supply in the city? This is the first little graph, is the long-term trend of absorption of employment lands. This has been measured over many, many years here in the city. The dark part of the bars are the urban portion. The stripes on the top are the rural portion. The long-term trend is downward, and it has been downward for a very long time. The second thing I looked at was, well, how much employment land is absorbed every time you have an increase in employment. So the marker for that is not directly employment, but the employed labor force. And it's a fairly flat graph, meaning every time you expand the employed labor force by about 1,000, you absorb about 5 hectares of employment lands. This has been a fairly constant metric. And it's very useful because then you can gear your employment projection to something which on a unit basis is pretty standard. So should the employment projection be elevated upward or deflected downwards, this metric would go along with it, and you'd have a sort of a self-calculating revision to the requirement for employment lands. So the unit rate has remained remarkably stable. This final graph simply puts together all the bits of what's in the land supply, what the forecast demand is, and comes to the conclusion that currently, based on forecast demand and the supply that's on the ground, the urban supply is just under 40 years worth of future employment requirements, and in the rural areas just under a century, just under 100 years. So what the study, in its first big part of the study, concluded, and this reinforced the 2008 position, is that by way of conclusion, the land supply is certainly more than adequate, and it's certainly adequate within the terms of the official plan, which requires this 20-year supply to meet the projection out to the horizon. What was picked up was there, within that land supply, there was a weakness in the land supply in Orleans. This is a subject which has appeared in discussion here, and you'll see that the supply in Orleans in proportionate terms is smaller, and this also feeds into one of the recommendations in the study, is that there should be strong guidance about how land is converted. What is the rationale for converting lands? And we have to be very confident when moving forward on conversion of lands, because they're hard to get back. And I'm going to spend a bit of time later on in the presentation about those guidance. This is just Orleans in sort of a map view. And this little legend shows you that the dark blue are lands that were developed for employment purposes in the decade 2001 through 2011. Not easy to read on the map, but there's some white areas within those employment areas which were previously developed. The teal-colored or light greenish areas are the vacant lands yet to be developed for employment purposes, and the yellow are the conversions away from employment purposes to other uses, principally residential. So if you look where I'm looking, there's an awful lot of yellow there, and it's in part the explanation why the employment land supply in Orleans might be a bit weak at this point. And you will also know that's coming to your attention soon are yet additional applications or discussions about additional conversions of land. One south of Innes Road, that circle on the bottom, and then that's the Brazil suggestion up at the top there, just west of 10th line, concerning the college there. So we have to put in context what the supply is, how it may suffer conversion requests, and some guidance in the study recommendations about how perhaps those deliberations could be framed.
Sorry, can you just leave that slide up?
Sure.
Remind me what you said around those circles, that those are ones that are going to be actively considered through the next phase 2 of the study?
Yes, Mr. Chair, they're under active consideration right now.
Okay.
There may be others, but those two.
But those two are the ones that have been flagged and will be considered, will come back to us either saying yes or no in the draft amendment in June.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Sorry, just wanted to be clear on that.
So I'm going to move away from that general statement of adequacy and a little discussion on conversion. I'm going to turn to those themes. There's 7 thematic areas that I was asked to look at as part of this review. One of them is the federal footprint. So what implication does the federal footprint have on employment lands? The federal government, in terms of where it locates its employees, is driven by 2 big policy constructs. The first is a cabinet directive that says federal employment in the national capital area should be distributed in proportion to population. Generally speaking, that is written as a 75-25% split. 75 to the Ontario side of the river, 25 to north in Quebec. And this is monitored very closely. So when the federal government is going about looking for locations for new office buildings, they look very carefully at that split, and they try to keep it as close as possible. That being the current split between the 2 populations. The second policy instrument is very new. 2012 was released the National Capital Area Portfolio Strategy. This is the strategy that determines where the federal government in the National Capital Area will locate office buildings, which is the majority by far of federal employment. So this covers 130,000 federal employees and 110 or 115 agencies and departments. And it is to them the gospel. A couple of things come from that relate to some of the things you'd be concerned about. First of all, federal government, according to that portfolio strategy, is and will remain largely within limits of the federal Greenbelt and largely in nodes served by rapid transit. That's pretty good news. Principal concentrations will be the central area and 3 nodes. Just to the near west is Tunney's, to the near south is Confederation Park, and a new node to the near east at 580 Tremblay. So central area, 3 big nodes are going to do the main work for the federal government in terms of locating its employee base. The number of federal employees in the central area is going to decline. Projection about 10%. And important to you is that the federal government is specifically saying they will not look to areas beyond the Greenbelt to locate their employees. So in terms of helping meet the employment targets for Orleans and Canada and south of the Greenbelt, the federal government is not your partner at this time. They're saying very specifically that is not part of their strategy. So if there's anything on this slide that you might want to take up with them, that would be it. Put that theme to one side for a second, and we'll talk about advanced technology. Why are we looking at this? It's that we all still remember this amazing explosion and unprecedented growth of high tech in Ottawa in the period about 1990 through 2000. It was the talk of the town. It was the pressure on the land supply in terms of people starting to bring forward notions of, we need additional lands, and that's how we got lands around the Corral Centre. You may remember all of that. But what I want to emphasize, at the very peak of that high-tech boom, the land supply then was not very different than it is now. And why am I saying that? I'm saying that because we should be concerned whether or not the city, should it ever be visited by such an expansive growth of high-tech, would it be able to accommodate it? So one thing you should know, that the land supply is not that very different. Secondly, you should know that at the very peak, the amount of land being consumed every year was only double the rate that is projected in the long-term projection of the official plan. And that peak only lasted 2 years. So at the very worst, meaning in terms of land demand, the amount of land that is sitting on the ground right now is pretty much able to withstand that kind of expansive and explosive growth should it ever occur. Even during the peak, only 1/4 of firms, I was asked at that time to go and canvass all the firms and ask them whether, amongst other things, whether or not they were having difficulty finding suitable places for employment expansion. 1/4 of the firms said that they thought that this was going to be an issue. Before they got finished saying that, of course, it wasn't an issue because the crash came. But at that time, 1/4 of the firms were indicating that there may be an issue. But this was at the very, very peak of that boom. My observation here, it was not land supply constraints that brought the high-tech party to an end. It had nothing to do with land. And should there be a dramatic renaissance in high-tech, and nobody is predicting that would be the case, but should there be, you have lots of time to get prepared for it. The land supply is adequate, and you'll have many years to adjust should it come along. So the whole point of having this thematic area here was to help us understand whether or not we should be at all concerned about the city not being able to accommodate another big burst of high-tech expansion should it occur. The next theme, the evolving retail landscape, and the importance of this is that retail, especially big box and power center development over the past 15 years, was in part a lot of the pressure put on employment lands. Many big box centers encroached upon and made demands in front of this committee for conversion. And they were the big gobblers of land. And they could outbid anybody for land in terms of price. So although there will be new retail offerings, there will always be new retail stuff. I did a whole bunch of trends analysis on this. I can't see anything on the horizon that's going to fundamentally change the structure of retail in Ottawa at all. There's nothing on the horizon. Yes, you'll get an outlet mall that we've never seen before, and this is the American experience. Wasn't represented here. Yeah, it's a new idea. And yes, Target will eat up Zellers because, Zellers was bought by Hudson's Bay, and before that Kmart was eaten up by Zellers. Those banners will change. But that's not changing the structure. That's just changing who's selling this stuff. Overall, it's most likely that per capita requirements for retail space are going to decline, and the reason for that is there's real traction in the click part of retail. People are buying online, and retailers have learned how to deliver that, and there is now no category of goods that is not sold online. It used to be that it was just music and books and a few things which were easy to package and send out. Groceries are sold online. High fashion is sold online. Shoes are sold online. Men's tailored shirts are sold online. Suits are sold. There's no category now that is not sold online. Retailers have learned how to do it. And the prognostication is that you're going to see a lot more clicks and a lot less bricks. That's how they kind of phrase it in the trade journals. Very good news. Many future retail developments will be moving to smaller formats. And why is that important to you? Because they can be incorporated into urban redevelopment, and they can be positioned in a way that they take advantage of strong transit and pedestrian traffic. This is good news. This is helping to bring what used to be big boxes, now medium and smaller box, back into the fabric of neighborhoods. And if you've been watching the news over the last couple of years, you've seen many, many announcements about downscaling in the big box. Of all formats, big box is coming under the most pressure. And it was only 10 years ago people started to write the death warrant for malls, the big regional malls. Not true. It's not true generally, and it's certainly not true in the city. We have beautifully positioned regional shopping malls who've done very, very well. They weathered the storm, and they're all in expansion mode. So they're doing fine. They're parked beautifully on transit for you. It's the big box that is going to start feeling the pinch. Why is this important? Is that you should expect a lessening in the pressure for conversion of employment lands. There should be less people anxious to take a flyer at big box and power center development because they are not as successful as they were a decade ago. And there's many, many conversions in the other directions. There's a lot of big boxes being chopped up into smaller boxes. And you'll see a lot of retailers talking about their small store strategies now. Retailing in the future is going to require a lot less space, not just on the showroom floor. Why is that? Because people walk in already informed about their choices from the internet. They come in to look at a few things. They bring in their smartphone. They go online. They look at what other models and versions of that are. They talk to somebody or just go on a tablet right inside the store. They do most of their research and thinking about purchases through integration of online channels. So you need less showroom space. You need less backroom space for inventory. You need less sales clerks. Stores are getting smaller. Now, there's a second part to this. The store is getting smaller, but the necessity for logistics companies to help deliver the goods is expanding. That stuff is coming from somewhere, and it eventually has to get to the consumer's door. And retailers become extremely good at this. It was clumsy at first, but now they've got it down to a fine art. And so they promise you, you don't like what we sent you, we'll take it back. We'll refund your money. We'll give you back your shipping costs. In fact, you ship it back, we're going to even fund the shipment of it back to us. And when they learned how to do that, customers got much more comfortable about doing this, and they're doing it in higher and higher and higher numbers now. So that was the retail piece, trying to see whether or not we should be worried about higher or lower levels of conversion pressure, taking employment lands into big box world. I don't know how I jumped there in. All right. Sorry about this. You can see how interesting it's going to get. All right. Related to that retail story is an interest in the logistics piece. And during the study, it became very clear that there's this emerging discipline in city logistics. And the The model coming out of that is to have distribution centers located at the edge of the urban area to intercept the big long-haul truck, break those shipments down into smaller bundles, which can be delivered by smaller, more energy-efficient vehicles, which are more comfortable on city streets and intersections. So intercept a big truck at the edge, distribute with smaller vehicles. This is an emerging model in how cities will probably arrange their logistics, and important to us is that we have to think about making sure we have some locations reserved for that. An important concept is that at the edge of the urban area, along the high-level series highways, the 400-level series highways, we should be looking for opportunities within employment areas that have good access to the upper-level highways and are in good position to distribute inside the urban area. So efficient good movement and keeping those big trucks out of the inner urban area are strategic questions that the official plan should be concerned about. Now, the study identifies a series of key 400 series interchanges for protection, and the idea is that lands within about a kilometer of those interchanges, which is about the distance to the first arterial, should be looked at for protection, for logistics purposes. In the city, we have three big directions for goods movement coming in: 417 on the west, 416 on the south, and increasingly 417 on the east. Why? Cornwall has emerged as the big center of distribution. Why? They're on the seaway, they have a port, they're on the 401 corridor, they're on the main rail line, and they have a bridge to the United States. So these huge companies now are building large distribution centers in Cornwall, and all of that stuff in terms of Ottawa is going to be coming up to 417. So we're looking for places to intercept those big trucks. And on the edge of the urban area, in employment designations, on the east you have opportunities at Walkley Road and Hunt Club, inside industrial areas which are already set up for employment purposes. In 416 South, that's the 416 South employment area at Strandherd. There's also opportunities to intercept trucks. Not an urban location on 417 West, but just outside it. There's also some rural interchanges which are key. One, of course, in the west is at Carp Road, already designated as the only rural employment area that's designated in the plan. Just south of Fallowfield, in and around the trail landfill site, there's a couple of opportunities there. And on the east, at Thunder Road, or was 9th Line, I think, till recently. So at Barnsdale and Bankfield in the south, there's some agricultural land issues to skate around, but somewhere just outside the Greenbelt in the rural areas, that would be the next tier out. And probably some consideration should be given to find a zoning overlay or something to protect some of those key interchanges so that there are opportunities for the future for logistics and delivery companies. Did it again to me. So.
Now, Mr. Nixie, you just mentioned the zoning overlays and things like that. Is that going to come out, are those recommendations going to flow out of your Phase 2 report or the Phase 2 report?
The recommendation, the specifics of those recommendations would come forward at the time the official plan recommendations came forward.
So that would be June, was that Mr. Cross?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that committee, when you make those statements, Mr. Nixie, that things are going to happen, because there are questions, they answer questions that have been bubbling around the horseshoe. We know when that answer is going to come forward. So.
This one? Okay. Next theme. What is there that we learned about what's happening in the employment areas that would encourage us or discourage us about support for transit? And a couple of things we learned, of course. Federal employment, well, that's going to be very well, that's going to be a good friend, because most of federal employment is going to be located on transit. So that's good. Regional retail centers, the powerful retail malls are on transit, and those are the ones that are strengthening, so that's good. We also find that as we move to smaller box formats, that'll be incorporation into urban areas through redevelopment, mostly available to be supported by transit. Those are good trends. High-tech companies, the ones that survived the downturn, are generally located in employment areas. And here the news is not so good, because employment areas, those industrial areas and enterprise areas, are not natural markets for movement to transit. And this comes to us by way of a survey that we conducted as part of this study, and I'll give you some results in a minute. We surveyed business owners in the employment areas throughout the city, and we asked them a bunch of questions, but these ones are related to transit. In terms of the importance of transit to selecting their current location, how important was transit to them? That 28% are those who said it was pretty high, meaning 8, 9, or 10 out of, on a scale of 10, 28% said it was 8 or above. So, not strong support, but it was a factor in terms of current locations. We asked a slightly different question, said, what's the likelihood of you moving to a transit station? Would you move your business to a transit station, or expand, or open a new business? And there's very small likelihood of that happening, according to the 187 business owners we talked to. So we asked them why. And we asked them about the barriers to doing that. And this slide just lists the barriers, the strong and the middle and the weak. The strongest barriers are these are perceptions, but the business owners would say, well, there's going to be poor road access. That's the perception of this. It's going to be expensive. There's just not going to be a lot of free or low-cost parking for my customers. I won't have access to a major highway. I'll have difficulties in shipping and receiving. Real or simply perceived, these are the barriers that would have to be overcome to convince business owners in employment areas to make that transition to transit. Why are we worried about this? We're just trying to figure out whether or not there would be a natural tendency for people now located in employment areas to gravitate in support towards transit, or whether they're going to be a hard sell. Right now it seems like it's going to be a hard sell. What about the future of employment areas? And the reason for asking this question is the idea of to what degree should we consider mixing up uses in employment areas. And already in the city's employment areas, there is a mix. There's retail, which is ancillary to employment purposes. Institutional uses are allowed. Based on the last review, 2006 to 2011, you see that most new occupants of employment areas were either office users or industrial users, and then these two smaller pieces which are institutional and retail. Introduced into the official plan some time ago was this idea of enterprise areas. And the idea there was to see if you could spawn yet a new creative way of mixing on a more intimate scale work-live relationships. Great idea. The only thing not so great about it didn't happen. So this is at the south end of Canada. What you did end up with was a bunch of townhouses. So in the enterprise area, you ended up with a bunch of townhouses. So in reviewing the enterprise area, it's just not living up to its intended use. There's been no express creativity about how to make more interesting work-live relationships. What it is provided a ticket for someone to build some houses. So what the suggestion in the study is either rescind the enterprise area because it really didn't work out, or some kind of performance criteria that says the employment should come first, or some proportion of the employment should come first. It shouldn't simply be a way of entering the official plan to build residential uses with no real follow-up on the employment. Otherwise, you're wasting the resource, which are the designated employment areas. That would be the sort of the sucker punch. Right? So you just have to think your way through this and figure out whether or not enterprise areas was a great idea that was never realized, and what to do about that. I'm suggesting rescind it or put in some performance criteria. And this brings us to the issue of land conversion. Land conversion is not just something this city has faced. Land conversion is a topic everywhere. Why? Because employment lands get designated, they're longer in their gestation, they can't compete as successfully for dollars because people will pay higher for residential land or for commercial land. So they're sitting there forlorn. The owners are waiting patiently for something to happen, which doesn't happen by itself. And so there's pressure for conversion. But before you give up easily on those lands and convert them, you should think about, are the employment lands being proposed for conversion unsuitable for employment? And if they're unsuitable, is that a current market condition? Are they inherently defective? Have all practical measures been taken to improve the situation? You know, either through subdivision or through servicing, or maybe a change in ownership, putting it into the ownership of people who are employment developers, not housing developers. Pretty easy for a housing developer to say there's no market. Why? They're not looking for it. That's not their business. And if you clear those two hurdles, are the lands suitable for the uses being proposed? And this is a provincial policy statement hurdle. And are they needed? So they could be suitable, but are they needed? So the provincial policy statement is expecting that question to be answered in thinking about conversion. And finally, if you did convert and you lost a bit of employment lands, that's one issue, but would you be then foreclosing options for development of the remainder of the employment lands? Would you be introducing some uses that all of a sudden made it incompatible for employment development next door? And you want to avoid this piecemeal degradation of your employment areas. So there's a lot to think about in conversion. It shouldn't be straightforward. There should be high hurdles for it, and it should be thought through quite carefully. Rural employment lands, another theme area, and several questions here. Should greater use be made of a rural employment designation in the plan? Carp Road Corridor being the one instance in the plan right now. Second question, should servicing be extended to rural employment areas just beyond the urban boundary? Should rural highway interchanges be designated? Should industrial lands in villages be converted to residential uses? This first slide simply says, well, how different are employment areas in the rural area? How different is rural employment? As it turns out, in the city, those two pink boxes, yes, you have more technical services, more research and technical service, and you have a lot more presence by the federal government. In the rural area, as can be expected, you have a lot more of the primary industries, agriculture, forestry, extraction, mining. You have a lot more construction companies, companies that need outdoor space for storage of large equipment and building materials and so on. And you have proportionately more recreation, education, and arts. But that is driven by two things, principally golf courses and the Rideau Raceway. So the Rideau Carlton Raceway and golf courses accounts for that, what might look at first a little bit peculiar, higher proportion in recreation. So if you really examine who occupies rural employment areas and who occupies urban employment areas, they're almost indistinguishable. There's very few instances of rural employment. What there is are a whole bunch of employers in the rural area. They have rural addresses, but they're not uniquely different. If you look at the two lists of who's in each of those employment areas, rural and urban, they're almost indistinguishable. The main differences are that the rural businesses are occupying larger lots, and they're largely on unserviced locations. A principal feature, of course, is that they're cheaper to buy. It's cheaper to buy into a rural employment area, and that's the cost of the land and also municipal taxes. But apart from protecting agriculture, or apart from protecting, extraction areas in the rural area, which are well covered in the official plan, there's nothing particularly strategic about rurally located employment. Certainly not enough to warrant an official plan designation. It's just not enough in it. Next question. Should services be extended to rural lands? Well, you certainly would relieve the burden to the landowner of the cost of providing the services. That's for sure, but it simply shifts it to the tax base. And there's not a clear strategic reason for doing that. A wide range of businesses are currently operating successfully in both urban and rural areas. And presumably the companies that located in the rural area did that for their own strategic business reasons, and possibly in part because of the cheaper land and the lower municipal taxes. Both advantages which would be eroded as soon as you introduce servicing. And certainly for new market entrants. It's one thing if I own the land, I'm already set up, I get you the service, I start selling lands to someone else, you can bet I'm going to put the price up. And so the privilege of being out in a fairly low-cost environment will quickly start to evaporate once the servicing is introduced. So maybe one of the big advantages of being there would be quickly eroded. So creating quasi-urban status for lands by extending services really doesn't do much for us other than maybe encourage higher employment densities in areas which are not well served by transit. And so the conclusion of the report is that there's no rationale from an employment development perspective of extending services out to the rural areas. And you certainly wouldn't want to extend services without the comprehensive review which is done through an urban boundary review. So there's a mechanism for figuring out whether land should be brought into the urban area through extension of servicing, but that's a different exercise. That's a comprehensive urban boundary review. Rural interchanges, I'm saying they're very unlikely to be of strategic nature. You might get a bit of highway commercial, but that would not be a reason for possibly encroaching on agricultural areas and lands, just to put a designation at those interchanges. But there are a few strategic ones, which I've already mentioned and shown you on the map, close to the urban area that you may want to think about protecting. Conversion of land in villages. It's clear that the supply of rural employment lands is far greater than the demand. This would provide a rationale for consideration of conversion. Each conversion, though, should be taken on its own merits to make sure that it's achieving elsewhere in the official plan what the objectives are for future rural growth. And conversion of use should follow the same rules. Are the lands not suitable? If not, can they not be perfected for employment purposes? If not that, are they suitable for the use intended and are they needed? And will it be done in a way which does not impinge on employment development on the remaining lands? Because you do want your villages to become very integrated full communities, not just bedroom communities. You want there to be employment there. And so the conclusion is that possibly for at least the larger villages, establish some kind of minimum employment target to help guide your decisions around this. And the target suggested here is 0.75 jobs per household in the large villages, much less than the urban communities just outside the Greenbelt, but a sufficient gesture to say we're serious about this. We want our villages to have a full complement of residential and other uses. Do you want to do this or do you want me to do this?
I'll do it.
All right.
I'll just speak to it from here, that's fine. Sorry, Daniel.
Okay. How are we doing here?
All right. Sorry.
These are speaking to yours.
I'll speak to it. So the study recommendations are that we'd strengthen guidelines governing land conversion, rescind the enterprise area designation or augment it with some performance criteria, reserve lands at those strategic key interchanges along the 400 series highways, consider extension of servicing to rural areas only within the ambit of a comprehensive urban boundary review, and introduce a large villages policy that would help us guide the expectation about the kinds of jobs, the amount of jobs we expect in villages. Next steps, finalize this study. There's the most recent employment survey results were just becoming available as we did this. Complete that quality assessment I mentioned, and here's some slides on that. The whole purpose of this is to say within that big supply of lands, how much land is there that's effective, in the effective supply, meaning ready to go. And so we'll have a little study launch to do that. And I just blew it again. And two parts of that which I bring to your attention. First of all is that it will be driven by a best practices of review, because this is being done in many, many locations in the world, try to figure this out. And secondly, to solicit input from the development community to help us grade the parcels and determining which ones are in the near-term supply.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yep.
Just clearly so that we understand that.
So, there's a study launch that's underway to figure out within the big supply picture how much near-term lands there are.
So when we call that the phase 2 of the work that you're doing.
Is it called phase 2?
That is correct.
Phase 2, if you
Yeah,
wish.
call it phase 2.
Thank
And
you.
it's going to look at the viability of the employment land that we have today.
Yes, on a parcel-by-parcel basis.
On a parcel-by-parcel basis,
Yes.
right down to that very parcel fabric.
Yep.
Perfect.
And in doing that, we'll
You
solicit...
might want to repeat
input.
that 3 or 4 times so that we all understand what phase 2 is going to mean. So, but anyway, we'll get you, and Councillor Harder will have a question on that, because it's clear from the industry doesn't understand what phase 2 is yet, and we'll have to keep telling them what it is that we're proposing to do. So keep going.
Great, thank you. So the development community will be invited in. They'll be part of that process of that parcel-by-parcel review to
Say
determine...
that again. The development community will be invited in to
Participate in phase 2 study, actually.
participate in the phase 2 study on a parcel-by-parcel basis, right?
Yes, absolutely. You can do this.
Okay, and just to wrap it up, the conclusions are that to confirm the March 26th recommendations, that committee receive the employment land study. Secondly, approve the position that the OP identifies sufficient land for employment and other non-employment uses to meet needs to 2031, and lastly, that evaluation of certain employment lands be considered in the draft amendment in June. And as we mentioned, well, just to put it in perspective, the employment land study that you just heard about, it's an official plan policy study. It's being done in lockstep with the city's economic development group, and that portion of the work is being done in the, call it the phase 2 parcel by parcel review of readiness. And that's it.
Okay, so questions. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this presentation and trying to clarify some of the questions that were left hanging at the last meeting. I want to confirm for my own knowledge that we're saying it is 25% federal lands, and if you add in the 7% municipal lands, it's actually over 30% public lands in the inventory we have today. Is that correct?
That's right. Another way of looking at that, 67% are private owned, 33% are public owned.
Right. You mentioned as part of that public lands, the airport lands make up, I believe, 21%?
That's correct, 21% of the whole thing.
And that, if I follow what you were saying, about 25% of that is already developed since 2008?
No, Councillor, just through the chair, just to clarify what I said. I said that land under the airport authority constituted 25% of employment land developed in the urban area in the last 2 years, just to indicate that things are happening.
25% of the land in the urban area developed in the last few years?
Yeah, 25% of the employment land developed, yeah.
Okay. So with that percentage coming off of the totals since 2008, we still have more than enough land, is what you're saying?
Just going from memory, there's something in the order of 250 hectares under the airport authority, and they developed 15. So they've got lots and lots left.
Okay. And for the slide that you showed us for the supply in Canada Stittsville, if I'm reading your map correctly, that's the area where the outlet mall is going in?
I beg your pardon, Councillor, my hearing is not what it could be.
The slide that you provided, slide number 5, the supply in Canada Stittsville.
Yes.
You say it's 269 hectares. If I'm reading this, the bulk of that is the lands where the outlet mall is being built?
In, I'm sorry, in Canada West, you mean?
Well, your slide says supply in Canada Stittsville.
Yes.
So I'm trying to use your terminology. Yes, I would refer to that as Canada West. My colleague from Stittsville may refer to it as something different, but I'll use your terminology today. It's it's across from Scotiabank Place where the outlet mall is going in. That appears to be that big section of land.
Actually, the outlet mall is in the white area. It's in the mixed-use center that's enclosed by the L-shaped piece of employment land. It's not on employment land.
The L piece shape is all still available. The outlet mall is in the white piece.
That's the employment land portion is entirely vacant. The outlet mall is going beside it, not on it.
So fully available, no proposals for it?
Not that I'm aware of.
But not serviced?
Well, because of the outlet mall, services are being extended right to that area, so it will be, I would hope,
the next time we come to review this in a
serviceable.
couple of years' time, that land could
I
be
would expect so,
much easier service than it is
I would
today.
expect, yeah.
The other question I had for you with that was to tie into the Phase 2 piece. You're saying you've given us these diagrams today, but Phase 2 will give us a much more clearer picture of what lands are ready and what are not. Is that correct?
That's exactly the purpose of that study. Yeah.
So help me understand why we should accept this report today and not wait to have that clearer picture. What's the rationale behind bringing this forward now and not waiting and having, so that council and public can have a full picture of what's going on?
Because what we're determining right now is that we have enough employment lands not to build on them right away, but to meet the intent of the provincial policy statement, and therefore we don't have to expand the urban boundary to bring more employment land in. That's why we need to accept the study today and move on the recommendations. The Phase 2 work is what will determine, will tell us of all of that land, how much is near-term, medium-term, and long-term land, and what we need to do, if anything, to move those. Is that correct, Mr. Cross?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. If I could also add to that, it's in official plan terms, official plan takes a long-term view. So we're looking at land supply to 2031. The market does not need all of the land supply to be ready today. So it's the studies are looking at, they're answering different questions.
Okay. Just a couple of little points here in your slides too. When on slide 3 you said does not include the land in the NCC Greenbelt. Any NCC lands included in this study would be part of the 4% of the federal lands that you've identified outside the airport lands. Would that be correct?
Yeah, there is a small share of the land. It's in the urban area. It's not in the Greenbelt. That is owned by the NCC. That's at the Hunt Club 417 East interchange. That's probably maybe 1.5% of the whole supply. We would love for them to sell it, but they're slow, as you know.
So a very small portion. That's what I want to get at here.
Piece,
that it's
yes.
not. Okay, and the last slide of your presentation and the last of my questions would be you said what we heard on March 26 was that there are only 90 hectares of short-term supply land located within 1 kilometer of highways. But below, you didn't answer that. Is that correct, that that's what's available?
Well, I can't specifically address the 90 hectares because I have no information from there. I don't know what they included in their analysis, and I don't know what their criteria were. So I can't really speak to the details of whether it's 90 or something else.
But in the second presentation, we talk about the importance of preserving these lands. If based on what I heard in the second presentation, that this first bullet is very important, that we have to protect those lands and identify how much land we have available that would fit that description. But you're not sure how much we have.
Well, I'm sorry, Councillor. What I tried to explain is that I wasn't sure what criteria the MMM figure was based upon. Okay. But in terms of what you've been told by staff and Mr. Nixie this morning, yes, we recognize those lands are important, but they are a relatively small piece of the Ottawa economy. So we haven't done an analysis of, for example, how much do we need, but we certainly want to hang on to the, I think the point of the Mr. Nixie study is that we want to be very careful about not allowing conversion of those lands that we do have.
Mr. Nixie, maybe do you want to evaluate, do you want to expand upon what your study found with respect to those lands?
Yeah, Ian's right. The notion that we put forward in the study is that at key interchange locations, this is not all highways, this is the 400 series highways, we went looking for interchanges which were, first of all, at the urban boundary, not inside, but right at the urban boundary, for the reasons I outlined in terms of intercepting trucks. Secondly, that there would be some land available that was not agricultural or some other protected land. So what we found was some key interchanges, especially at Walkley, say in Hunt Club, in lands already designated for employment purposes, close to those key interchanges. And the idea is, rather than them allowed to be converted to other uses, we'd find a technique to reserve them for logistics purposes. So it's answering the question in the draft policies of the provincial policy statement about goods movements in a very specific way, meaning key interchange locations tied to this urban logistics model.
And you're going to do, and we're going to do that in phase 2 of the study.
Phase 2 would sweep all those lands in and be very specific about which lands.
Okay, and the last part of that is the second bullet, which is, it says there's no parcels 10 hectares in short-term supply. You say in your facts portion of that most users are looking for 5 hectares or smaller. Do we have lots of 5-hectare packages?
We have a very healthy supply of land that's subdivided, owned by the private sector, and well, a variety of sizes typically between, say, 1, 3, and 5 hectares. I mean, for example, the RIM building that's just completed construction in Canada North Business Park is a substantial building, 160,000 square feet. It's built on 3 hectares of land. It doesn't, we're very much an office-oriented economy, and because of the higher densities, it doesn't require large parcels. And
so we have a good supply of 3 and 5.
We have a very healthy supply, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Shirley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the question of the employment land, enterprise zone designation, we're in receipt of a letter from Mr. Paquette. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's dealing with the property in Bell's Corners, or several properties in Bell's Corners, leading from and including the trailer park over to Moody Drive. Okay, not crossing Moody because that would get into the D&D land, and I don't want to make this a language issue. But we have the question is, do the options that are available to developers and to the trailer park itself, do they erode once you get rid of the enterprise designation? Or what is the impact on that? Secondly, what is the impact on the change of that designation on employment land designation in, for example, the Bell's Corner Strip area?
Councillor, through the chair, what is being contemplated by staff, and it's at a level of detail that we haven't at this stage brought to the committee, but would be incorporated in the draft amendment in June. But what we're contemplating in that specific situation in Bell's Corners is to make the trailer park and the parcel behind it general urban area. So it would allow residential. The rest of that northern piece of Bell's Corners that's now enterprise area, we're proposing to make employment area.
Okay, I'm asking this not so much just because of the specific properties, but also because I think it could illustrate as a model how it could work, how the change from enterprise designation could work. So if somebody were or had been contemplating development of that property under the enterprise designation, they would be required to produce a certain number of jobs in that land. So how does that number change when you switch the designation as you're proposing?
Well, if the designation were changed, for example, the general urban area, there would be no requirement to put any jobs on that land.
Right. So how does that impact the employment land requirement for the area?
I'm not sure I really fully understand where you're going with the question, Councillor, but broadly speaking, Bell's Corners, as you know, the employment land is it's all developed. The only vacant parcel is the parcel to the north of the trailer park. The development that has occurred over over 50 years in the scheme of things, it's quite high density, a lot of office uses. Whatever happens to that one vacant parcel, there will continue to be a very substantial number of jobs in Bell's Corners. There's also, it's important to recognize that the Robertson Road, it's a designated arterial main street, so that allows a very substantial amount of development, both commercial, office, and residential. So there's will be a lot of, I anticipate, redevelopment opportunities, which will continue to add jobs as well as housing over the coming decades.
Okay, when you get rid of the enterprise designation, do you still retain the same employment requirement for the overall basket of lands that are in that designation?
Well, that would be, there is technically no requirement in an employment area except as would be determined through the details of the zoning bylaw. The purpose of the requirement within an enterprise area is that the philosophy behind it is that you build the same number of jobs that you would have built on, say, if the parcel had been an employment area, but you build them at, say, double the density so that you can put housing on part of the land. That's the notion behind it.
Okay, but in this case, then, you're going to hive off one part of it, so it'll be general urban area. The other part becomes what?
The rest of the area that currently designated enterprise area, what we're contemplating is that would become an employment area.
Okay, so net effect is probably no effect on jobs.
I don't anticipate there's any significant effect on jobs, no.
Thank you. Are you done, Councillor? Councillor Eglai is next, and then Councillor Blois. Oh, and then Councillor Hobbs. And Councillor Manette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The questions I have are related to the slides dealing with businesses and transit. And you seem to be saying, or you said, that 50% of businesses, when polled, don't want to move to transit stations. And then you set out a whole series of reasons why that may be. And I think the term used that these were perceived problems. So I guess my question to you is, how real do you think this problem is, and how do you suggest that we address it?
The survey itself tried to get at the barriers by posing a list of barriers, simply asking the respondents to tell us whether they thought they were weak or strong. Underneath that, we didn't explore it, meaning how they would go about meeting those barriers, nor do I have any suggestions about how those barriers could be overcome. It was simply an exercise to determine whether or not employment areas were a natural market to gravitate towards transit. So I actually don't have a way of answering that question.
Okay, maybe we'll ask the question a slightly different way. A couple of times in your presentation, you kept on using the term, it was a perceived barrier. So I guess, do you see these as real constraints on mixing the employment lands with transit, or are they more of a mindset thing that the city has to work at in terms of getting people to understand that transit is a viable way to get around town?
I think the reason I used perceived was that one of the questions was kind of odd. One of the barriers was the owners were indicating they didn't think there would be very good transit service. And that by itself seems a bit anomalous. I mean, you're asking people, would they or would they not move to a transit station? And one of the barriers is, well, maybe there's not very good transit service. So in my mind, there's something going on about how people are perceiving the opportunity. They don't have any experience. They're not there. We're asking them whether they would move there, and if they wouldn't move there, what the barriers in their mind would be. So there's no real way to get underneath that question.
So it would be safe to say that this is almost like a chicken and egg situation. They don't have good transit now and where they are, so they're perceiving that there isn't good transit anywhere? Is that one way to look at it?
Honestly, don't know. All I'm suggesting is that to overcome those barriers, there's probably some work to do in terms of convincing what the merits are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Eglai? Councillor Blois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions here, and I want to make sure I understand what all these numbers mean and where we're going with this. First of all, one of the reasons we're here today is there was some debate about the validity of the numbers being thrown out there, especially the conclusion about having an adequate supply of employment lands ad infinitum. And interestingly enough, and it's almost too bad you weren't here at the last meeting, because I think you would have been in a good position to answer some of those questions. But I'm looking at the previous report, and this is the one from November 10th, 2008, the MKI report. And I guess they came in and they sort of questioned about the lands that were still available. And they actually, I think there's an agreement between that report and what you're saying in terms of the overall, the quantity of employment lands available. But contrary to what we were told at the other meeting, what they really said was that it's the quality of the land or the location of the land where they seem to think that there's let's say maybe a shortfall, or there are questions. And is that something that you're looking at, or you will look at, with respect to the second phase?
Yes, the second phase is called quality assessment for that reason. It is to look at the quality of the lands within that larger envelope, which is concluded to be adequate. So yes, it's a quality question.
So one of the issues that came up, and I might take you back to your slide number 11, change in employment lands in Orleans, and at the risk of focusing on Orleans, I think you quite correctly identified that if there is a low amount of land available, it is in the East End, it is in Orleans, and that seemed to raise some flags, but I'm not sure if that's that much of a concern for you. So and some of it had to do with the conversion. I do appreciate that our staff has sat down with us a couple of times, and we've gone through numbers, and we've gotten quite a bit of feedback here, and we're still trying to digest those numbers. But I'm looking at the slide, and I don't know if you could put the slide up. I'm not sure why the presentation isn't up. But the slide shows the land that's available, vacant employment lands, and it shows converted to other uses.
Right.
And it seems to imply that the conversion, what's really hurting our supply is the conversion of these lands. Is that your premise here?
Maybe that's the model in Soho, but...
So let me tell you where I'm going with this, because I don't want to put you in a spot where you're going to answer something and I'm going to pounce on it. So, but the premise seems to be that, the yellow lands being shown, they're conversions that have happened, and obviously they've gone through planning committee and council. And that's what's reducing the amount of land, employment lands available to us. And yet, when I look at numbers in terms of the few employment or the limited employment that's been created in Orleans has been in some of those converted lands. For instance, along Innes Road, and I'm just looking at some numbers here, and Mr. Cross, I do appreciate you sending these to me. The full-time jobs that were created in those converted lands were over 1,500 jobs, part-time jobs over 2,200 jobs, for a total of around 3,800 jobs. So without those conversions, our employment numbers in Orleans would be even weaker. Would that be a correct statement?
What's your answer to that?
Well, it's possible. It's
no,
I can't say for sure.
You got to give me an answer that works. You can't say it's possible. It's yes, they are, or they aren't. Well, no.
Okay, no, I hear you. I'm going to try and get. I'm trying to get the answer for
Technically,
you.
it's impossible to answer.
Well,
Mr. Nixon, do you have?
Okay, I'll give you probably.
You know what? Let me move on to the next question. So the whole question of conversion, because it's almost like there seems to be a boomerang effect in here, where we're talking about the conversion of lands, and there's certainly a sizable portion of lands that show up as conversion to mixed uses. And I'm not adverse to mixed uses, because I'm going to take you to something that in a couple of minutes that you said, which I find really interesting, and I think really takes us to where the future is. Item number 11 today, the conversion of the zoning for Mayor Bleu Road, 2107 Mayor Bleu Road, is an amendment to the zoning bylaw from general industrial subzone 7 to arterial Main Street. Is that, do you consider that as part of that conversion of employment lands? That's to you. Because that came with a staff recommendation, and we all carried that today.
You can't. It couldn't have been a conversion because you can't convert land outside of a comprehensive review of the official plan. So it would have had to have been able to have that arterial Main Street designation now.
Well, it actually, because it's a subzone 7 of a general industrial zone, but what I'm saying is that is part of, so when I look at conversions, or conversions that happen, there's still employment related to those lands. It's not a pure employment function. I just want to make sure we understand that if the boomerang comes back in terms of that we've allowed conversion, that those conversions do have either targets or quotas attached to them in terms of jobs. And so I want to know, do you consider this a conversion that would fit into the yellow designation, i.e. mixed-use lands now? And how does that play out when you give us numbers later on and say, look, you converted another X number of hectares into mixed uses, and you're taking away employment lands from the supply?
If I could attempt to answer that, Councillor. What's occurred along Innes is the nature of the arterial Main Street, and just the depth of the parcels that have exist in that area. That has resulted in the retail development. I mean, as you're well aware, some of those lots are very, very deep, I think over 600 feet, just from memory. So that's eaten into the employment area to a degree that we normally would not have expected on our arterial Main Street. So that's for that reason that the map identifies it as a loss of employment land. But it's
So then let me ask you...
It's the interface of the two designations.
Okay. So let me ask you, in the employment lands, there's some parcels being shown, for instance, white parcels, one of them just off of Mare Bleu. The one white parcel to the left of Mare Bleu is the city's snow dump, which we opposed politically, and yet, there was certainly strong, strong incentive, I guess, put forward to convert that. Those would be normally employment lands. They were in that area. And so why would they not show up as yellow? Because there are no jobs attached to that whatsoever.
Because there's nowhere else to put snow dumps except on employment lands, and it's permitted use under the zoning bylaw, so it's shown as white because it's been developed for that use.
But it is a loss. It is a loss of employment lands, and there are absolutely zero jobs attached to that land.
It's a permitted use within the area, so it's where we have to put snow dumps.
Yeah. So just getting back to the presentation, I think one of the things just that I want to explore further with you is something that you brought out that was very interesting is in terms of performance criteria. And you have the slide, if you go one further on the same slide, you have the two hubs showing where I guess there's a push underway to convert some of those employment lands into mixed uses. And one of them happens to be in Orleans ward, the other one in my ward. The comment you made about performance criteria, and I think that's a very valid approach here. In the next phase, are you looking at how can we get the jobs of those lands, i.e. attach performance criteria or targets or objectives that will give us the jobs we need and yet let those lands move forward? Because I think what we're caught in is where you can let lands sit there vacant forever, and one of the reasons why we have an adequate supply in Orleans is because the lands aren't being developed. Like, it's an infinite supply if the land isn't being developed at all, right? That's really what the catch-22 is. So in your outlook here, are you thinking that those two hubs, if the proper performance criteria or performance standards are applied, that would be a reasonable way of proceeding to get employment in there and to change them from employment lands to mixed use?
The idea of performance criteria was actually introduced in reference to the enterprise areas, but the same logic would prevail. In considering conversions, especially where there seems to be tremendous merit to consider it, if in part some lands are removed from employment area designation, which is the concern of the provincial policy statement in the plan, you certainly would think about performance criteria, meaning if someone was holding out the promise of developing something later, but they just happen to have some residential condos ready to go, you probably would say, before I could consider that, how do we know you're good for it? And performance criteria would help answer that question.
Yeah. So it doesn't sound as if you're adverse to that.
Absolutely not.
If those criteria or the performance requirements are there. Now, interestingly enough, the hub you're showing, the circle you're showing in the Orleans Industrial Park happens to be the same parcel of land that we had actually flogged to the federal government for their national defense headquarters. We had gone to Public Works with a very high-level design, high-level plan saying this is where you could put your future NDHQ, which apparently is going somewhere else. And by the way, this is going back quite a ways. A previous Liberal government was in place at the time. So by doing that, in effect, you would be abandoning, and by now changing over, you would be abandoning any hope of ever having a sort of a campus an employment-based campus in those lands. Would that be a proper statement for me to make?
There's no treachery in this question, is there?
There's no treachery in this question, no.
All right.
I'll give you the heads up when the treachery comes.
The federal government did something very, very logical. At the time high tech went down, There was very large campuses came available for a very small number of dollars, so they picked up the Nortel site and they picked up the JDS site on Maryvale Road. And what they did in their portfolio planning was to put those functions that maybe require higher orders of security and protection just outside the three main nodes. So they took D&D out to Nortel and they took RCMP down to Maryville. Whether or not, in thinking their way through that, other options were a candidate, I wasn't there. I do not know.
Yeah, so there's no treachery here. What I was going to tell you was one of the interesting comments they made, and one of the interesting comments they made at Public Works at the time was, well, it's a nice concept, it's a nice design, whatever. However, the servicing isn't there. In other words, right at the edge of the circle, there's a future transit corridor, and there is the Brian Coburn Boulevard connection would go right through there. And their excuse at the time, which was a great excuse, was you don't have the servicing to the site, and there's no sense of us even looking at it. And that was prior to the Nortel and JDS sites coming on. And I must admit, if you give me land at a fire sale, I would certainly be looking at it if it makes economic sense. But which actually brings me to, again, the quality of land and the quantity of land. And going back to the MKI report from 2008, one of the things they identified where they talked about the quality of land is the city needs to work proactively towards improving the quality of the current supply to increase its marketability. Servicing is the key issue in this regard, and I think you actually said that in another way earlier on. So now, over to staff. We've made hollow statements in our official plans about balanced growth every time they come forward. The East End councillors raise it, what about balanced growth? And we throw it in like it's a motherhood statement, and nothing happens. How are we going to proceed? How are we going to use these documents to proceed to make sure those lands get adequately prepared so that they can actually, something can go in there, because otherwise the door will always get slammed if they're not ready to go. And there have actually been EAs done on that corridor and everything else. So where do you step in and say, let's move this forward?
Through the chair, Councillor, if you're asking about the Phase 2 analysis of the quality of those lands, we would certainly be bringing that conversation back to committee in terms of the quality of those lands and what the costing would be to service those. If we were taking a parcel, if we designated a 1, 2, or a 3 category for the quality of those lands, if we decided we wanted to examine how we would take a 3 and move that up to a quality 1, we'd be coming back to provide you with what the cost would be associated in order to do that.
Okay, so we have industrial land sitting there. I'll take a step back. We have industrial land sitting there that have been sitting there forever, and the pressure's on us in terms of conversions to mixed uses, whatever. We're digging in our heels, resisting that pressure. That pressure builds until such time as we open up those lands. And just like in the olden days when the railroad opened up the west, it is a road through there and a transit corridor through there that would open it up to a campus-style employment node. And that's what's missing. So, say moving it from Category 3 to Category 1, the fact is that we've had EAs done on that have been sitting there for 15 years. And at some point, the initiative has to come forward, and our inquiries just get met with, its time will come. Well, the time has come. I think it's now. We actually have money in for engineering and design on that corridor for the road connection, which will start opening it up. But the construction has to happen. People have to. Somebody who wants to move in has to be able to say, "Yeah, I can go there. I can go there in short order. I don't have to look for a JDS site that's where a company's gone, basically disappeared." So how are you going to make that happen? Or does it take a motion here right now to say move this land forward? Which I won't do because I'm waiting for Phase 2.
Through the chair, I would just confirm that.
That's the piece. That's the time. Phase 2 lands is the time to say, you know what? Take this land, understanding the costs, and we want a plan, or we're moving it from from Phase 2 to Phase 1.
Yep.
That's when the time to do it is.
And there's actually money showing in next year's budget, which hasn't been approved yet, to start some construction there. What it really needs is an accelerated program. It doesn't need the 5-year plan. So how are you going to make that move? There's an easy answer. We're going to bring it forward in the next budget, and we're going to build it.
Well, Councillor, I mean, A follows, B follows A.
I know.
When we say here, in the OP, these lands are now going to be, we've got A, B, and C lands. We're going to move all the B lands to A lands. Council approves that. Budgets have to follow. So it's not like we've approved these lands. We took a conscious decision, understanding the costs. We're moving the B lands to A lands. And you're right. Then by the implementing issue for that would be the city budget, which flows from the OP, and that's why we do a TMP and an IMP together.
Well, they're all linked, and I think you've hit it right on the head. They're all linked. But the key is to make sure they get linked properly, because when pieces fall through the cracks, we sit there 5 years later and say, oh, that should have been in the TMP last time. How did that not get in, even if it's been sitting there forever?
But if when this study comes forward, this committee and council confirms moving a piece or 5 pieces or 10 pieces from A to B, the TMP will have to be amended accordingly to ensure that that direction is met.
Yeah. So the treachery actually is laying the volley out there that staff can return it and say, here it is.
Yeah.
And that's what we'll be looking for in that.
In Phase 2.
In Phase 2.
Right.
And so I do have some more questions. I'm going to save them for after delegations, except for one. A couple of times you mentioned the Hunt Club interchange, which is interesting because we actually pushed the Hunt Club interchange forward. It's under construction right now. I think what I'm reading between the lines from you is if that interchange wasn't happening, those properties that you're talking about would not be really suitable and available to develop as employment lands. But they will, they will be, or they're becoming more attractive once that interchange is there.
Through the Chair, they're certainly more attractive with the interchange, but more importantly, they're extremely attractive as a key interchange for thinking about logistics purposes and to be very careful about any conversion away from employment uses, for sure.
Right. So the last question about the Hunt Club interchange was a reference to NCC lands, and I don't know, and I may be mixing up pieces of property. There was an exchange done between the city and the NCC with respect to lands that we needed to put the Hunt Club extension through. Are those the lands we're talking about here that are not available for employment lands now, Mr. Cross?
Councillor, through the Chair, that is the area that I was referring to in terms of the NCC-owned land, but the land that was affected by the road extension and interchange, that was only a very small piece of the NCC lands.
So they're not the lands that we exchanged then, that you're talking about, okay?
Well, some of the lands that Mr. Nixie's study references adjacent to interchanges, those would be the currently vacant NCC lands. There's also privately owned vacant lands in that area too.
But but some of them, I believe, are designated as greenbelt lands, so they would not come into play here.
All the land that we're looking at and that is in the employment land supply, it's all in the urban area, it's all zoned industrial, it's all designated employment area. None of it's in the greenbelt.
Okay. Thank you. Good. Thank you, Councillor Bros. Councillor Hobbs.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was interested in the presentation. There was a slide on the long-term trend for employment lands is downward in Ottawa. And I was just sort of wondering what that means and if that's compared to other cities. Is this sort of a downward trend everywhere because of the clicks versus bricks idea, or are we doing, is this point to the fact that this city is doing something wrong?
Don't have a full answer, but part of the answer, I think, is that we're doing a good job here in terms of intensification on employment lands. We consume less and less land for every job that we create. I think that's part of it. Secondly, there's been perhaps an overall diminishment in employment growth rates. So if there's a slight cooling in employment growth rate and you do a better job on each piece of land, the amount you consume will go down over time.
Okay, so it's not pointing to something that other cities are offering some incentives or doing different things that are...
No, we're not losing jobs.
We're not losing that. Okay. And I guess just as far as some of the particular parcels of land in, Barrhaven and Riverside South and Orleans, obviously, like in the Phase 2 process, are we going to be looking at not just, speaking to the developers, the developer arena, but also looking at kind of those economic development policies that we might need to do to attract people to those lands? Like, if what kind of field of dreams do we need to build here to get employers to come? Rather than just sort of focusing on one area. How comprehensive are those sessions going to be? What types of people are going to be invited to the table?
If I can answer that, Councillor, I think, the question is, we complete call it the quality study, then, the next question is, what do we do about it to make the less good pieces better? And that, I think, is something that, it's been looked at before, but I think we take another look at it in terms of what can the city do. One of the things is the CIP program in Orleans that came out of the previous analysis.
So Mr. Cross, I think what she's getting at, which is not necessarily, so we've got all this great land. Do we need economic development policies in our official plan that will promote the absorption of this land? And if we do, is economic development and other Invest Ottawa and all of those agencies and commissions and all those other things, are they going to be thinking and crafting and sending information your way to form some policy nub on economic development?
Through the chair, I don't know if I would classify them as policies, but certainly, in terms of marketing materials and how we can better market the uses of those spaces and how can we attract people. And I think part of that Phase 2 study will help with that communication of those lands and the quality of those lands, and then future decisions will play into effect in terms of how attractive those lands may become in the future, depending on decisions that may be made, or in time how they will evolve. And I think from a marketing perspective, and we'll hear a little bit more similar work when we do bring forward the IBM report with the same kind of approach with our TOD areas. So what does the city need to do in order to promote and enhance some of that attraction factor? So I could envision, without speaking for economic development, that perhaps there could be some of that work in the future.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, because there's a huge business community here now that are, people that are worth tapping for ideas on that and make better use of these lands. So thanks very much. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Manette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at the report, supply in Orleans, and I'm looking at where it says supply 168 hectares, 89% private, 33% service. Consumption in last 2 years, 7 hectares, 47-year supply at this rate. I think, sure, if we're only going to stay the way we're doing things today, that would be the rate for 47 years. But definitely that's not the message that council has been sending. We want to be aggressive in Orleans and we want to make things happen. The CIP program that is coming up, I think sometime in May, is something that will be very aggressive in encouraging people to locate. So, I don't mind saying that 168 hectares is sufficient at this time, as long as we're hoping that if we are successful as a council, with the East End councillors, with the mayor, that could be reviewed down the road, that maybe we do need more land, because we are showing movement in our community. And would that be possible, or would we be shutting the doors at only 168?
We control the zoning bylaw. Should
Councillor, the staff are certainly would love to see more acceleration of employment growth in Orleans. If hopefully that occurs, then down the road we will certainly be looking at any requirements that come out of that to add additional employment land. But at this stage, I think it's important that we hang on to what we've got and try to.
And I understand that. We're not going to develop 168 tomorrow, sort of. So we got enough for, I mean, Councillor Bose and myself won't be around when 168 is developed, I'm sure. But at least if we know that, there's possibility down the road that if we are successful, and we've been very aggressive, this council, with Orleans, to promote future growth. If we are successful, the door needs to be open down the road, sort of thing. The other aspect that I've been looking at is what Councillor Bose had brought up, and it's the amount of jobs that have been created in the yellow section on Innes Road. And, I think it's important that those jobs are factored in as we have the discussion. There's, as far as I can see, there's multi-million dollars of development, economic development on Innes Road. So that was a good move to change the zoning to allow that to go in. The residents of Orleans do not have to leave the community to find anything nowadays. And that creates employment. I mean, the mayor and myself were just at one of the small chain restaurants, and just that small chain hired 30 people. So, it's still jobs, and it's valid jobs. So, and those should be incorporated as we move forward. The other aspect I want to zero in on is the lands that we do have. If you look at the ones on Dairy Road and Trim, which is in yellow right now, nothing is being done with those. What's the possibilities of reverting those back to employment if nothing's going to be moving with it? And what's the process if we wanted to do that?
Well, the city could propose that they be converted, but I think it's the major block of land on Trim that's owned by Loblaws, and I fully expect they would object unless they, of course, abandon their plans to build any store there. But
has any discussions been held with Loblaws to see if they do plan to still proceed?
No, not that I know of. There's a similar vacant Loblaw site on Walkley Road, and
so I guess my question again is, if Loblaws came back, maybe not today, but maybe in a year from now or 2 years from now, and says, we're not going to proceed at this location, we're either in a seller or whatever. At that time, is it possible to look at reverting it back to employment? Or
it's certainly possible. As Mr. Nixie indicated, the retail world is changing, and it's not out of the question that there'll be a better market for it, for employment land, perhaps at some point, because it may not be a 400 series highway interchange, but it is near the future Trim 174 interchange. So.
I like what I'm hearing. I mean, there seem to definitely be flexibility. It's not as if we just passed this and the door's shut. And like I say, the volume that we have is sufficient. I mean, for us to work on and make things happen and to prove there is a market in Orleans. I think all the East End councillors have been very aggressive, and the mayor also, at creating that vision. Now, one final thing, and is the piece of land where the circle is, North Service Road. I heard you say earlier that it will be part of the report, that you are looking at possible changing it to create employment in the area.
Yes, Councillor, I believe you're referring to the Brazil site, just east of, yes, or west of the college. Yeah, we're expecting a updated proposal from them, and staff will certainly be taking a look at it, and will address the issue. And
now, let's be clear about what you're going to do. Brazil makes a proposal to you with respect to employment signs, because now's the only time that they can do it. You're going to evaluate it, and you're going to bring a recommendation to this committee in June to either, here is what we believe you should do with this proposal.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. Just, Council, I don't want to, it's going to be, this is really good, this is an idea, we should go with it, or no, it's not. So you're going to, and I just want to be clear about that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. And when that does happen, will there be consideration? I mean, right now, the piece of land, it equates 700 jobs. And the new proposal is upwards to 1,100 jobs or more that will be incorporated if they proceed with it. Will that be factored in as employment possibilities? And is that something that would be looked at?
Yes, we'll certainly look at the whole proposal, and as Chair Hume indicated, we'll be coming back to committee with an analysis and a recommendation.
Okay, so basically, I mean, we have a piece of property that's sitting vacant, will probably continue to sit vacant at the way it's presently zoned. We're sitting at 0.5 employment in Orleans. We want to get to 1.5. This is one way where we can almost double the employment in one section, so I would hope that it is seriously considered. I will have a motion, legal that suggested that I bring it forward, and it's therefore be it resolved that planning and growth management staff be directed to review and consider these submissions and provide to planning committee as part of the comprehensive official plan review their opinion as to the appropriateness of redesigning these lands to mixed use center. It's something that I'm looking forward to hearing the results of it. It's definitely something that we want to see in the Orleans community. We want to be aggressive. We don't want to keep looking at the past, what has not worked. We want to be proactive and create jobs in our community. And if we can double the amount of jobs on one location, I think we're on the right path to doing the right things for our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, just wanted to confirm, Councillor, certainly that the focus is, I certainly appreciate that we're looking for more jobs in this particular area. I just want to bring up one point of clarity in terms of the staff review and what designations of land we'd be looking at. Certainly when you identified the mixed use, just as an example in the official plan, we state a target of 5,000 jobs for a mixed use designation. So staff, when they're reviewing these proposals, will need to examine how the employment is going to have to come first.
Yeah, but there are other ways to look at it besides just mixed use.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll leave it at that for now.
That's the challenge of crafting a resolution like this, but the thrust of it is you're going to review it and you're going to bring us back a recommendation. Mixed use may not be the appropriate venue with which to achieve this. If you agree with it, you will tell us that.
That's correct.
Okay. Yep. Okay, Councillor Harder and then Councillor Caudry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mixed use is always the way developers that I know like to go, because it's the low-hanging fruit that gets built first. I mean, it is. And then the argument is that they'll use the money that they get from the residential addition to front-end the cost of the servicing, which is always very attractive to a city that doesn't have money to do pretty much any of that. That being said, I'm concerned about that we won't have a fulsome enough report on our lands. And I'll give you an example. The 416 in Fallowfield, which is not a stretch to say the most valuable vacant piece, unserviced part in the entire city, because we hear that from economic development all the time, and we hear it from Invest Ottawa. And when we first designated it as employment lands, we anticipated getting X amount of employment out of it. But since then, since that designation, we've seen a reduction in our prestige business park lands by 25%. Now, the reason for that is not because the developer has gone and built residential or retail, because there always was a component for retail. But the city's gone in and we've built a snow dump. Very expensive, $5 million snow dump. Then the other thing that's happened is we've got our act together and did the environmental assessment, which then took up a huge piece of land for an O'Keefe drain. that's called that. And then the other thing, of course, is now understanding when you start to build, what's going to be eaten up by your stormwater ponds. So now you're talking about taking 100 hectares of Prestige Business Park and reducing that to 75. How many other examples do we have across the city? And I'd like this to be part of the investigation, Mr. Chair, in understanding, because that's important. We still believe that with changes in height that we can achieve same kind of density and that sort of thing that we need, because we're looking at, 9,000, 10,000 jobs there. And that's the game changer for Barrhaven. And that's why these guys from the East End are constantly whacking away at, they want to have more business, they want to be magnets for everything to go to Orleans. And whether that happens or not, it's not because they haven't been trying. Fact is, though, for Barrhaven, again, with as far away as it is the game changer. It is and it's not going to happen with opening a Loblaw store and having people, 600 or 700 employees in the Loblaw store. It's going to be about some kind of a technical or some kind of a pharmaceutical, or it's going to be some kind of a large footprint that's going to take up that land. And so we need to covet it for that purpose. So I need to make sure that we're going to be considering those factors, because they can be determined now. You may not be perfect on the amount that's going to be absorbed for a drain, because who would have thought that now in order to use this you're going to have to bridge it. But thinking, for example, about things like your park planner. Don't have the park planner going saying, we want some more space, we need to have this carved out of the Prestige Business Park. Start thinking about, we've got this drain that's going to traverse the entire thing, it's 150 feet wide, and maybe that can be our parkland. So I think that it's important for all of us that we have real numbers.
Well,
and definitely for the industry, but as close to possible as you can get.
Well, I think we want to be in the Phase 2 lands, Phase 2 review, determining what's 1, 2, and 3, and what's going to get us there is going to be critical in terms of servicing and other issues. And if I understand the staff correctly, they will be bringing that back to us because it feeds into the TMP, and we'll be able to say, this is the way we want you to move 2 land to 1, or A land to B land, or B land to A land, right? Am I missing that?
Through the chair, the intent of this study is just that, to simply understand what the serviceability is currently, what is the current state of affairs in our employment lands inventory, and then to better understand, in the fall we'll be bringing forward costing. The costing won't be coming forward for June. For June we'll be bringing forward what the categories are, a 1, 2, or a 3. We'll talk about the factors that are influencing the decision of how something became a 1, 2, or a 3, and then we'll do some costing around, how do we make a 3 to a 2, and we'll bring that forward in the fall, so you'll have a better understanding of, if we were to take action on improving these lands, what would that cost?
Right, and in each of those steps, we'll be consulting with the industry panel, the community panel, so that if we get to a standard, someone's come forward and said, well, no, we should turn this and do it this way because it does it, as Councillor Harder says, we'll be able to get that feedback. Because we'll be consulting with the panels that we've set up. Is that?
That is correct. I fully anticipate getting feedback on this study. We'll just need to be mindful because of the timelines of scope creep, that's all.
Yep. Okay. Councillor Caudry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just following up on some of the comments that Councillor Blows made earlier about employment land versus what the uses that have happened on Innes Road, for example. I've got similar examples in terms of Ward 6. And I'll give you an example about Iber Road, which is an industrial land. It was developed as such. Most of the street is developed that way. Yet we're getting uses in there that would be more suitable to retail spaces or retail areas. Are we, having the definitions of employment land versus mixed-use lands? Is there clarification needed for that? Because I think when you take away industrial land and put retail uses in there, they're taking advantage of a more economical situation in terms of employment lands. The retailers are. They're moving in there, yet abandoning, let's say in this case, Hazeltine Arteria designation, and going into Ivor Road, using up those uses. So is there a need to be a clarification on the wording in terms of what is employment land, what is the definition, and who should be participating in that?
Through the chair, we can certainly bring that forward for clarity, to provide you with definitions for each. Absolutely. I think that would probably be helpful. Ian, I don't know if you have anything more to add to that, but we'll certainly ensure that they're in the official plan.
Okay, and the other area in terms of Stittsville-Canada would be to look at the Carp Road corridor, same way. I mean, there's portions of Carp Road that are already retail usage. Yes, they're being classified as employment lands. So, retail use could be an employment in itself, but should they be taking away from retail areas and locating into the industrial lands? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Good. Thank you very much. That's all the questions. We'll go to delegations now. And we'll call Murray Chown. Mr. Chown, would you like to come up?
You guys want to have a look at this? This is, Jake wants to show it to staff, but there's no staff to show it to because they're all up there. The guys haven't seen the people in the audience haven't seen it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hoped we'd be on before 11:30 this morning as opposed to 11:30 p.m. 2 weeks ago, and still no such luck. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you again on this item. A couple things, I think, kind of hanging over from the discussion on March the 26th. Councillor Harder had tabled a motion to amend recommendation number 1. I believe that a motion or a similar motion is still going to be before you today in terms of the language of recommendation number 1. Mr. Chairman, I want to pick up on a couple things in the discussion between members of the committee and staff this morning, particularly on the Phase 2 exercise that Mr. Nixie has been retained to do, and I must say it's kind of like a reunion here with Mr. Nixie and Mr. Cross and myself at the table. Reminds me of our days decades ago when we were all at the regional municipality. But there's a talk of categorizing industrial lands now into A, B, and C, or 1, 2, and 3, call it what you will, and that Category A will be those industrial lands that are ready to go today. Category B will be those lands that, if we do X, Y, and Z, that maybe we can bring them along, and then maybe Area C is the leftovers. It raises two questions in my mind. It begs the question as to do those Area C lands need to be maintained as part of the inventory for employment lands? And it also raises the question that I'm not sure that this exercise is going to answer, is that the Category A lands, even if they're ready to go, are they still good employment lands in terms of their location? Even if they're serviced and ready to go, or if they're Category B and you can bring them along, are they still in the right place for employment lands? As I said to you, Mr. Chairman, when we met last week, or a couple of weeks ago on the 28th after the Planning Committee on the 26th, my interest and my clients are in the rural area. The report that's been tabled today as an information report identifies a supply of rural employment land in excess of 100 years. That, once again, begs the question, do we really need a 100-year supply of employment land in the rural area? On the surface, it sounds ridiculous. And so if there is an oversupply of employment lands in the rural area, let's take a look at the practicality and the reasons for possibly changing the designation of some of those lands to some other purposes. And tied to that discussion, Mr. Chairman, is a recommendation in the Danix report that we start to look at setting targets for employment in the 3 largest villages, that being Greeley, Manotick, and Richmond. At a high level, not a bad strategy, a strategy that I espoused when we were all working together as a team back in 1986 on an official plan review, was to try to establish that relationship between jobs and households. Nothing wrong with that, but we can't reduce the discussion of these large villages to a number-crunching exercise. There's a whole lot more to establishing a complete community, whether it's in Manotick or Greeley and Richmond, than just meeting numbers. And so I hope that we don't reduce this exercise to a simple number-crunching exercise before we're done. I will be meeting with staff to deal specifically with the Richmond area, but one of the concerns I have, and Mr. Chairman, I haven't raised this with you, although I've raised it with Ms. Snedden, is when you talk about consultation going forward. Consultation going forward, you've established a community panel and an industry panel. The industry panel does not represent my interest or the interests of any of my clients. And so in terms of our ability to participate in that process going forward, if the dialogue is with the industry panel, then I and my clients are shut out of that discussion. And I hope that's not the intention.
Mr. Chan, as you were invited to the last group of meetings, we'll be inviting you to the next group of meetings. There's a specific panel that we tend to refer to that we will deal with on an ongoing basis, but it doesn't limit or prohibit us from meeting on an ad hoc basis with those who make submissions to us, as we did last on the 28th with on both employment lands and following on that aggregate producers.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. The only other comment I want to make, I just want to confirm the discussion that I had with you, Mr. Chairman, and I guess with staff when this item was considered late on the 26th, and that is that everything is still open for discussion. And we talked about some examples that evening, but one of the ones that I just want to be clear upon is that Mr. Nixie in his report makes some very specific recommendations about how to deal with 400 series interchanges. I want to be clear that that's something that I want to be able to discuss with staff and with Planning Committee when we come back in June in terms of whether those recommendations are the right recommendations or whether there are other recommendations that staff may want to come forward. And that decision in terms of the recommendation in the Danix report, that recommendation is not a recommendation being adopted by Planning Committee today. Thank you.
I would think that that's right, but Ms. Snedden can confirm that. And I should be clear, in June we're tabling the OP amendments. The big issue for you will probably, or the time to come and say to Planning Committee these are wrong policies, will most likely be in the fall after.
I always hope, Mr. Chairman, that what staff comes forward with is something we'll all be happy with.
And then
we don't have to have that debate.
Me too, but just to give you just want to be clear on the timeline. So, Ms. Snedden.
Through the chair, we are certainly happy to include Mr. Chown in our consultations moving forward.
That's not the issue. The issue is that does he still have an opportunity to come and talk to you about land designations at 400 series highways?
And I was just going to follow that up with saying that prior to June, as part of the Nixie study review, that will happen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There you go. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chown. And just, Ms. Snedden, Mr. Nixie, just for my own edification, 100-year supply, if we decide we don't need a 100-year supply, that leads us off into another discussion of, okay, if we don't want that supply, if we take another policy choice, direction, that puts us into, okay, what land do we want to keep, what land do we not want to keep? Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. I don't know that this comprehensive review, this 5-year term, are we going to be anticipating that as part of our scope of work to decide what to remove of that 100 years?
If we decide to remove it, is the first question, right?
Perhaps I could add a little detail to that. The employment land in the rural area, there's most of it is, or most of the individual areas, they're identified through zoning. They're not significant enough to be identified in the official plan. There's only two areas that are in the official plan, and that is the Carp Road corridor and the industrial area in Richmond Village. So in official plan terms, there's only those two areas to debate.
So if he has a specific proposal to come forward and remove employment lands out of those two areas, just like we're doing with Brazil, he needs to make it now. So is that what I understand?
That's correct, because of the provincial policy statement.
Okay. Is that clear enough for you, Mr. Chow?
We're in discussion.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Mr. Lachance and from Walton, if you'd like to come up.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of Planning Committee. My name is Jean Lachance, General Manager for Walton Development and Management in Ottawa. Now, before I begin, we are not here to talk about land conversion or retail. We're here to talk about the protection of employment lands as defined by the provincial policy statement. I am joined by Jeff Sider of MMM Group and Principal of MKI. Mr. Sider is the author of your 2008 employment land study and has completed a recent assessment of the vacant employment lands on behalf of Walton. Further to our written submission, we are here to ask that Planning Committee defer its decision on the supply of vacant employment lands until after it has received Phase 2 of the Employment Land Strategy Report. To clarify what we presented on March 26, Ottawa is not well positioned to respond to private sector land development opportunities. As previously highlighted, the quality of the vacant employment lands affects their desirability. This is consistent with the city's 2008 MKI study, which states that the existing quantity of lands designated and zoned for employment is more than sufficient to support projected employment lands to 2031. However, it goes on to state, the marketability of this supply and its potential absorption and development for employment uses is contingent largely upon the quality of the supply. In particular, the current lack of servicing is a constraint on the ability of the existing supply to meet demand. There is no evidence to suggest that this has changed. Similar issues were identified again in a March 31, 2011 staff report with the subject, Inventory of Vacant Industrial and Business Park Lands 2008-2009 update. That staff report states within the consultation section that some of the other reasons for a lack of interest in the development include lack of easy access to major highways, insufficient parcel size, lease versus purchase options, land costs, and availability of servicing. Where possible, swapping of less desirable employment lands should be explored with non-employment land beside highways. This raises the questions. What has changed to the land inventory to address these concerns? Are these constraints no longer valid? Have they been evaluated? Why would committee conclude that there is enough land when the staff report recommends exploring options closer to highways? How can employment areas dovetail into future infrastructure and transit connections? So here we are again to impress upon committee that it is considering this very important decision based on findings of an incomplete employment land study. The study deals only with the quantity of the lands available and not with the quality of lands available. Chair and committee members, this is not your opportunity to guarantee large employers to move to Ottawa and create major economic growth in the city. This is your opportunity to ensure that when these employers do come, you have the right land and the right locations to accommodate them when other municipalities cannot. Ottawa has the ability to compete for jobs. We understand that the Phase 2 report will be ready in May or June. From now to then, city staff will be able to evaluate the lands with respect to the quality of the lands that we are trying to quantify today. I feel, that it is premature to decide today, and this decision should be deferred. Sufficiency, Mr. Chair. deals with the quantity and quality, and more importantly, an appropriate range and mix. The opportunity to determine this will come with the public release of the Phase 2 study. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the delegation? Councillor Blois?
Yeah, I guess it takes us back to, and I do have your previous study here, and I actually have highlighted the same thing you just quoted. I'm just trying to understand what the deferral would mean at this point, because I think you're saying the same thing, and thank you for taking the time to speak to me earlier today. I mean, I don't see you guys directly saying opposite things. You're just basically talking about the quality of the land, but I'm not sure how the deferral, how what you're asking for doesn't get accommodated in the next phase. So I don't know which one of you wants to respond.
Through the chair, Councillor, the recommendation before you is very clear in terms of what its definition says. What we're saying is you cannot come to that conclusion until you've assessed the quality of the lands to know whether or not you have an appropriate range and mix.
So I do think there's some merit in what he's saying. So, Ms. Snedden, can I get your response?
Through the chair, I think there's a number of things that you've heard today. You've heard that we have more than an ample amount of employment lands from now until 2031. We've also heard that as part of a PPS policy that we need to ensure the quantity for that planning horizon, and we've confirmed that today. I think you've heard that 70% of the jobs that we have today are not in employment lands. From what we have studied and what we're hearing, the type of employment is changing in Ottawa. We are not hearing that we are desperate for employment land areas. What we are hearing, which speaks to the delegation, is now we need to do an assessment around the quality. But to satisfy the PPS and to satisfy our moving forward with the official plan review, this comprehensive review, we have completed that study. And that states that we have the ample amount of employment lands from now and beyond 2031.
Yeah, but they're not disagreeing with that. What they're saying is fully identifying the quality of the lands, the location, etc. And I'm trying to understand. Like, I mean, I'm on side, but I want to make sure that we take the right approach here, that we get to the same place where both you want to go and where we want to be. So how do we accommodate their concern here?
Through the chair, in terms of the concern, we're going to be coming back with information, as I noted, on the quality, and then we'll be talking about the costing for making any of those changes. What we're not seeing as part of this study is having to adjust that quantity. If we're making any changes, we're still going to end up with the same level of inventory. So I don't see the connection between the quantity and the quality and whether that we would have to delay until we had the quality factor.
Okay, so back to you, Mr. Lachance.
Again, Councillor, through the chair, this goes back to the provincial policy statement clearly identifying that you must provide an appropriate range and mix of employment lands. We don't know that at this time.
Okay.
Just a second. Mr. Nixon, do you want to wade in on this? You've done the analysis.
A couple of things through the chair. The mix and range of use is in the early part of the provincial policy statement, which is setting up the context for having communities which are prepped for economic development. That statement is not tied directly to employment areas, however. So the mix and range is partly covered by the fact that 70% of the jobs through which there's huge mix and range, of course, are outside of employment areas. Within the employment areas, they're well located throughout the city. Mr. Cross has indicated that they're well disposed in terms of different parcel sizes. We know that there's a great proportion of them in many, many private hands, and we do know that a lot of them are serviced, but some are not. The quality study is going to refine this simply to figure out how many are in the near end versus the further end of the spectrum. Parcels get promoted through the land development system over time. No one here would expect all those parcels, of course, to be available, ready, and serviced now. It would be a waste of resources. But over time, you promote them through the land development process. The only issue in going ahead and being comfortable with the adequacy of the supply right now is that it looked like it was on the bubble, like we needed X number of hectares and we only had X plus 1. We're way beyond that. And secondly, this review is done every 5 years. So there is no looming threat to this conclusion. What is of importance is that it be refined in terms of the near end, so everybody here knows where we are in terms of state of readiness, and that work is just getting underway. So I don't think there's any concern about mix and range of uses. We have extraordinary mix and range of employment opportunities throughout the city, 70% of which are not on employment areas. Within employment areas, good coverage in terms of parcel sizes, in public, in private hands, and a good proportion of them are already serviced. So I do not think you should be concerned about this.
Any other questions for the delegation? No. Mr. Lachance, thank you very much for your presentation. Kenneth Gibson, if you'd like to come up.
James Maxwell, who some of you may remember owns a 30-acre, 32-acre parcel at 1225 March Valley Road, which is immediately to the west of the Connaught Rifle Range. It is also bounded on the west side by existing subdivisions. Along that line between Mr. Maxwell's land and the subdivision is a trunk sewer line, which can be amended to have sufficient capacity to serve his lands. Now, last year, we had tried to have Mr. Maxwell's lands included in OPA 76 for residential use, but planning staff at the time of its May 2009 report recommended as follows. Staff feel that these lands would be more appropriate for employment uses and have removed them from evaluation for residential land. That was staff's position at the time, and they represented that again at the OMB appeal process. Mr. Jackson, who was the chair of the OMB appeal, said in his report, or in his decision at page 16, the Maxwell property has potential for employment use that can be considered in the Section 26 review commenced. My problem with this report and this proposal that's before you is with respect to number 2. And I understand that to mean that there would be no opportunity to consider bringing Mr. Maxwell's lands into the urban envelope, because this recommendation seems to indicate that there's a satisfactory land and that therefore no more land would be considered for employment use.
Okay. If that's your submission.
Well, it's not quite.
Okay. There we go.
It seems to me that, particularly from what I've heard here this morning, and particularly what I heard from the Walton Group, is that there's no need for a planning committee at this time to tie its hands with respect to what decision it will make as a result of Phase 2. It may find that after it's reviewed all of its options, there are some lands outside the urban envelope that are marketable, that are of better quality for employment use than lands that are already designated as employment lands. So it doesn't seem to me that it's a necessary precondition to your Phase 2 deliberations that you at this point preclude yourselves from bringing additional lands into the employment designation. That's my submission.
Excellent. Are there questions for Mr. Gibson? Mr. Gibson, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly and Ms. Malash, if you'd like to come forward. On behalf of BOMA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Malash and I are here today because we're co-chairs of the Government Affairs Committee of BOMA.
Okay, can you pull your microphone closer, Mr. Kelly, to you,
okay,
so we can...
And again, we agree that the issue is the quality of land available for employment use. And I appreciate that 70% of the employment is in non-employment areas, but these areas, the employment areas, are used for light industrial, it's warehousing, et cetera, and they're very important to the city. The quantity we have in the city is about a fifth of we have in other cities comparable size like Calgary and Edmonton, just because of the type of uses that we have here. And I know from having been involved recently in the relocation of the LRT maintenance yard, a number of people who were acquired, that there was not a lot of employment opportunities available. We had to scramble. Of course, we did get everybody out in time, but for example, when you try to acquire, city expropriated the first condominium in Canada in that LRT maintenance project. And to find another comparable condominium, your prices that were, I think, $150 a foot to buy used condominiums, to build new, you're over $230 a foot. So there's great disparity in availability of land. So I would hope that we would be involved, BOMA would be, not Ms. Meloche and I probably, but the people on our committee who are building these units and selling these units and brokers, and to become involved in the industry panel. I don't know if you're setting up an industry panel or not. It wasn't clear to me. I understand from the...
Well, Mr. Kirkpatrick, Cal Kirkpatrick
yes.
from Colonnade is part of the group, and when we consult on employment lands, we certainly include him in any of those consultations. For instance, the meeting that Mr. Chown was invited to, Mr. Kirkpatrick was invited
yes,
as well.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that Mr. Moser also said to Mr. Kirkpatrick that he would be involved in a quality issue. We may have other people on our committee who, in Beaumont Hall, also might be necessary to become involved too.
Absolutely. And I think, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, our concern on behalf of BOMA Ottawa is that the Phase 2 study is critical to the overall view of employment land availability potential, and I think what's really critical is the marketability of those lands. So their readiness to be serviced, service ready, subdivision status, looking at ownership. So we're here as partners in the process, if you will, to say that Phase 2 study is really a critical piece of work, is going to inform what you have before you today, and if it's a matter of 2 or 3 months to have that study come forward, I'm hearing May or June, it'd be really good to have in Planning Committee's recommendation that timeline for that Phase 2 study. But we believe it's important. We want to participate in that study, and we feel you're missing a snapshot into the overall employment land's potential to 2031 until you have that piece of information.
Right. Okay. So what you're actually saying to us is that we've got to move forward. The key piece of work that we need to do is the Phase 2 study that tells us what we have in the A category, what we have in the B category, and what we have in the C category, and how to move those around. Because it's your contention that we don't have enough in the A category, I'm assuming.
That's correct.
Right.
I think that's correct, and that we've got the resources to be at the table, and we're delighted to participate in that in that reality check, if you will, on what makes sense and what's market ready.
Right.
And will
okay.
be.
Is that your submission?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Meloche or Mr. Kelly? Councillor Hubley?
I want to clarify what you just said there, because that's the question I'm thinking with this. Are you saying we have enough land as staff? You're agreeing with the staff recommendation? No. It's just how to move it around in the land?
Quantity, yes, not quality.
I think, Councillor Hubley, quantity, no doubt, and I agree with Mr. Cross and Mr. Nixie, but it's quality, and that's what this Phase 2 study is really about, is the check on quality.
Okay, so to the chair, so if we accept the recommendation today, we're okay based on this presentation, because the moving around within the segments is what we plan to do with Phase 2. Is that correct?
Right. That's right.
Okay, thank you very much.
And if you have to make any policy changes to the official plan, you still have that opportunity when it came back.
Right, exactly. Okay, thank you for your submissions, Ms. Lodge, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Paquette.
Good afternoon, Monsieur le Président, members of the committee. I'm representing the property behind the trailer park, immediately north of the trailer park in Bell's Corners. The property was referred to by Councillor Shirelli earlier on in the question-answer period of the staff's presentation. The letter I submitted on Friday, I handed out to, I hope everyone has a copy, and if you don't have extra copies, I'd like, if possible, to change the screen on the wall to show up the Bell's Corners area, Mr. Cross, if that is possible. Otherwise, I'd like to just refer to the map that's attached to my letter, which identifies the property in question. If that's not possible, I'll go straight. Anyways, it'd be nice to have a map in front of us. That's all.
So everyone's received your letter, so.
Okay. Well, in any event, the letter is basically saying that we do not want to lose any rights attached to that property. We currently enjoy an enterprise designation, which is an opportunity to build some residential subject to satisfying certain criteria. And the property itself is very tough to develop. It's got issues. I've got a trailer park in front of me, I've got a ravine to the west, I've got a rail line to the north, and I've got General Dynamics with their buildings immediately to the east. I got access issues, and I've got other issues. We're currently marketing the property as we speak. The owners, which is an estate, have charged me with finding a builder to work with. We're in discussions with several builders, and the conversation has been directed towards some residential uses on that property. I'm encouraged by what I heard today, that the staff is thinking of maybe looking at a general urban designation for that parcel, and I think that would be the kind of thing that will help get that property developed. And so it's in keeping with the message in my letter, which is basically saying we're opposed to the stripping of the enterprise designation unless you're going to replace it with something better. And I think what I heard today is that we might get a better designation assigned to that property. And if that's the case, I'm sure my client's going to be happy. That's my basic point. Thank you.
And we'll know the answer to whether your client is happy in June, won't we?
Yes.
There we go. Okay. Are there questions for Mr. Paquette? Mr. Paquette, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. Malens and Mr. Faubert?
Good afternoon. My name is Ursula Mullins, and I'm the solicitor for 2325483 Ontario Limited. It's a numbered company. That's a partnership of Thomas Kavanagh Construction Limited and Shankman, and they currently own land in what is the Canada West area. I'll speak to that a bit more specifically in a few minutes. I want to thank committee for bringing this matter back today. It is our submission that it was premature both on March 26th as well as today to direct staff to draft policies, because we do reiterate what we've heard today, that further discussions are required. So I won't dwell on that, but we do look forward to being involved in those discussions as the Phase 2 quality analysis goes forward. Now, with respect to our client's specific land, it's our position that it's inappropriate to remove the enterprise designation from the official plan, generally speaking, as well as how it relates to our client's property specifically. So our client owns approximately 140 acres, or 56 hectares, and it closely abuts the Palladium Auto Park. It abuts the future north-south arterial in Canada West and Main Street to the south. And our client has had active discussions with staff as to how this parcel can be developed in accordance with the Canada West CDP and etc. And what has been proposed for the parcel at this stage includes about almost 20 net hectares of employment lands that will result in an employment projection of 3,000 to 4,000 jobs. That's at a density of 150 to 200 employees per net hectare. But they've also proposed 15.4 net hectares of residential. So that's approximately 100 units per net hectare. So in accordance with the Canada West CDP and the enterprise designation, they have indeed come forward with a proposal that respects policies that will, we anticipate at least 50% employment. So that is why we are, of course, concerned with the potential of having the enterprise designation removed from the official plan, and we object to that. We would, of course, be interested in any discussions that looks at tweaking the policies. Now, one other comment that needs to be made with respect to our client's parcel that I don't want to dwell too much on the details today is that in Canada West, there have been challenges related to the development over the last number of years, whether it's the Carp River restoration or what have you. But one other challenge that has come up, and it directly relates to my client's lands, is the provision of the district park in Canada West. It's identified in the CDP, however, it does not form part of the Canada West cost-sharing agreement. We're aware that the city has not been collecting funds to buy it. Part of the discussions my client has had with the city is the provision of the district park in accordance with their proposed development, which is at least 50% employment and complementary residential. So we just wanted to point that out.
Sorry, I don't follow that. So in all of this master planning, the district park is on your lands.
Yes.
And we're obligated, I'm assuming, to buy that.
Correct.
And we've collected no money from the landowners to buy a district park.
I can't attest to no money. I have not been involved in the detailed discussions, but my understanding is certainly
Mr.
that...
Mr. Fulbert's been involved in the detailed discussions, have you not, Mr. Fulbert?
Actually, I'm not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, that's going to be very interesting. So how is your client proposing that we get this district park?
Our client has had discussions with staff. Discussions are ongoing where our client has proposed a solution to the city that may include the dedication of the district park in accordance with the design our client is seeking. And that's, again, at least 50% employment with residential.
So then it's the net. So when you say net hectares, you're including the district park in that submission?
No, pardon me, 15 net hectares is just residential. The district park would be 10.11 net hectares would be district park.
So
it's
district park, residential, and employment.
So just to conclude, as I stated, we do not support the removal of the enterprise designation from the official plan generally, or specifically as it relates to our client's land, and we are encouraged by what we've heard today that the draft official plan policies, our staff has not been directed to draft official plan policy amendments today, but that we will continue to have discussions following the Phase 1 employment study and the Phase 2 employment study, which is coming forward.
Okay. Are there any questions for them? Ms. Millans and Ms. Colbert?
I think Councillor Caudry had to be out of the room, but he may want to know what those comments just were about the district park. He may have a question on that. I just want to tip him off to that.
So, yeah, could I get the comments on the district park in the Canada West, please?
So my client is 232 Ontario Limited. It's the Kavanaugh-Shankman partnership, and they have had discussions with staff, and they are continuing discussions with staff for a development proposal on their 56-hectare parcel that would see at least 50% employment, 15.4 net hectares of residential, and a 10.11 net hectare district park. And I briefly mentioned the challenges with providing the district park in Canada West because it's not actually contained in the Canada West cost-sharing agreement, and that the city has not been collecting all of the funds it requires in order to acquire the district park. So one of the proposals my client has had during their discussions with the city is perhaps different ways in which the district park could be given to the city in accordance with our development proposal, Canada West CDP, etc.
Thank you for that. But in terms of the original discussion with the KWA group, there was, agreement on these providing of the district park lands for the project to go forward. Why are we changing that proposal this late in the stage?
It's not actually contained in the Canada West cost-sharing agreement as it was executed, and I'm sorry, I wasn't a party to those discussions related to that. From what I understand...
Sorry, I've got a cold if I start to cough in the middle of it. The original thought was that the district park would be the primary focus of the leisure and recreation in that area, and as development came forward, there would be no community-level parks or neighborhood-level parks because there is also creek corridors and river corridors that provided green space. However, as developments came forward, they did build parks into their development, so the ability to collect the funding, as I understand it, was limited because in fact the developments were including the provision of land and not money, so that the amount of money that was collected is insufficient to purchase the park, which was always the original thought. Under the enterprise area designation, what this allows is for the opportunity to actually provide the park through this development. The remaining land then would be split so that a higher order of employment could focus towards the 400 series and up towards the Palladium interchange, where is probably the attractive area for the jobs. And then a portion of the land would become residential in keeping with the criteria that's currently in place for enterprise area. If that reverts to employment area, the ability to achieve all of that, including the district park, becomes difficult, if not impossible.
Thank you very much for the explanation, Mr. Chair. I will discuss this offline with staff in the near future. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Melez and Mr. Faubert? No. Thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Bolivar, if you'd like to come up.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon. My name is Roddy Bolivar. I'm here on behalf of the Carp Road Corridor Business Improvement Area. As the presentation went on, I think the Carp Road Corridor was the second most geographically referenced area next to Orleans, which came up. So perhaps contrary to Mr. Dixie's assertions, the area is special, and it's mentioned often at the city, and we appreciate the support city staff provide to the work the BIA is doing and all our local business members are doing in the area. As these meetings go on, we all listen to what's said, and unfortunately what we wanted to say kind of gets moved around, so I'm just going to deflect a little bit and comment on a question Councillor Hobbs asked during the presentation, which is very similar to some of our concerns with the content of the report, the conclusions and analysis of the report, and what that is Councillor Hobbs, you mentioned, should we not have some economic development comments rather than just concluding that some of our plans haven't worked. The report states enterprise areas haven't worked and then kind of concludes, let's give up on that. The report comments on servicing in Leitrim that was held out to be a job opportunity, but the jobs didn't come true, so let's give up on that. I think if failure of our past visions advised our future visions, it'd be a kind of a dull world. We have to keep striving for setting those goals and achieving them. Going back to the Carp Road Corridor then, it's an area of rural employment, light industry employment, 200 businesses, 2,500 employees, $120 million worth of assessment. owners in the area would disagree with regards to some of the items noted in the presentation, and in particular that a rural designation for an employment area does not provide value. In the presentation, it was noted that value includes decisions with regards to property value and whether you would buy property and a couple of other factors. What I can say is the biggest value the owners, landowners and business owners in the area placed on the designation was the opportunity they had in 2004 through the city's consultation with area business owners. The city came to the area, the city consulted with area owners, the city listened to the input of area owners on economic development opportunity in the area, and as a result, the area was designated. I think that's a strong value of a designation of an area, the opportunity for business owners and the city to discuss the opportunity, to establish a vision for the area, and then once that vision is established, in this case through a CDP and the designation of the employment area, to work together on achieving that vision. Area owners' position is that the area provides a very unique economic development opportunity, and since the designation of the area, the BIA has pursued studies towards identifying that opportunity. In 2010, the BIA engaged Millier, Dickinson, Blay. You may remember they were the consultants who prepared the city's Partnerships for Prosperity Economic Development Plan. And they came to the corridor soon after they completed the plan, and we asked them, does this corridor have economic development opportunity? And they undertook a detailed study of the area. They looked at land values in the area. They compared land values to areas outside of Ottawa and inside of Ottawa. They looked at the companies in the area, and they said, yes, these companies are like other companies in Ottawa, but there's a couple companies and there's a couple clusters. And what was mentioned in the presentation earlier was the idea of transportation nodes. Networks Transportation in the area does exactly what was presented earlier. They bring big trucks in, put them in small trucks. The area already is serving that function, and the BIA is pursuing growth of that kind of economic development opportunity. One of the future opportunities Millier, Dickinson, Blay identified in the report, again, they asserted this area has value, there's economic opportunity here, and the designation as an employment area, the resulting zoning, all had value to achieving economic development, has value in the future to promoting economic development. One of the future opportunities they identified in the corridor was the opportunity to build on one of the unique Partnerships for Prosperity goals, which is growing clean tech in Ottawa. That unique characteristic was present in the corridor. There's a number of clean tech companies in the corridor. From that recommendation, we engaged cross-staff consulting, an expert in identifying clean tech opportunities and growing clean tech businesses, and they too undertook a detailed examination of the corridor. They identified opportunity, and they've provided us with a roadmap to achieving clean tech growth in the area. Now I'm going to finally digress to what a couple staff members are waiting for me to say, and that has to do with servicing in the corridor. I'd like to just bring up quickly 2 points. The report notes that servicing requests were made. If Mr. Weir was here today, he would know that when he came to our BIA meeting and talked with us, all we asked for was a process to consider. And he was very constructive in telling us what you need to do to consider both the technical and the economic development opportunities, and to bring those two together. Servicing in the corridor isn't just a big bill, it's a partnership of cost and benefit. And then also I think, and excuse me to the report writer if this is wrong, but the report asserts that servicing would end up with a tax base. It's my understanding that servicing would proceed based on likely a local improvement owner paid, and many of our owners are ready to pay, and then after that it would be supported by rate dollars. So a servicing proposal and a resulting project doesn't necessarily end up on the tax base. So again, going down the servicing idea, and the recommendation that's before you today that servicing not be considered in rural areas or in rural industrial areas. I'd like to point out to this, well, I don't have to point this out to you, the official plan has a policy, 2.3.2.5, that says the city may consider servicing in rural areas to promote economic development. That sounds like a great policy to me. Economic development's always about opportunity, and we never know what that next opportunity will be. The official plan policy mandates a detailed study of such an opportunity, and of course, if the study concludes that that opportunity is not worthwhile, such a proposal would not be pursued. A wholesale do not do it does not sound like the kind of forward-looking opportunity promotion that the city wants to have in an official plan or its policies. And so finally, extending on the idea of opportunity, that specific policy was used by the city to allow extension of servicing into the rural area to allow the development of the Carp Airport, which is in the Carp Road corridor. Some of you may know the Carp Airport is about to develop. It's been taken under private ownership from the city, and the current plan is to create 1.6 million square feet of light industry space. That's a remarkable development opportunity for the city. That was facilitated by the city's existing policy to consider the economic development opportunity of extending services. And finally, I will say that was also promoted by the consideration of the owner of the airport to use what some might characterize as alternative services. In the city of Ottawa, the Carlsbad Springs area is serviced by a trickle feed system, and that's the system that's proposed at the airport. And also in the city, Greeley has recently got a peat standalone sewage treatment plant that uses peat to filter the water and produce a clean product. And again, the airport is moving forward with a standalone wastewater facility. So the airport's using alternative technologies already practiced in Ottawa to come forward with a remarkable economic development opportunity that depended on extension of servicing into the rural area and that was supported by a city policy. So we would ask, my original ask, I've heard a number of people ask for deferral, I'd support that. What I was more asking is that that specific recommendation not to allow servicing be removed from your approval today, and also similar to other comments that we continue to discuss this matter, in particular at the planned BIA meeting on April 18th where the employment land study will be discussed. Thanks very much.
Okay. And Ms. Boulevard, don't leave. I can satisfy your second ask because we're not here. There's no recommendation before the committee not to service rural lands. That may be a recommendation in Mr. Nixie's report, but we're going to receive Mr. Nixie's report for the draft employment land study for information as attached. The operative recommendation before committee today is a very simple one: to determine to make the statement that we have enough employment land to satisfy the provincial policy statements and that we do not need to expand the urban boundary or to bring land into the urban boundary for employment purposes. So you will get an opportunity to make sure that the policy that you want either stays or is amended or whatever happens to it. You'll get an opportunity to do that because we won't be deciding, or that won't be recommended to us until June of this year.
Thank you.
Okay. And thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Boulevard? No. Thank you very much for your presentation. That's all the speakers who have registered with respect to this item. So if there's no one else in the audience who wishes to speak to employment lands, I'm going to close the public hearing portion of the meeting and turn the recommendations back to committee, and they are before us. The first one is to receive the employment land study by Danix Management, list attached as document 1, and we're going to have some minor wordsmithing amendments to that one. And then the second recommendation is to approve the position that the official plan identifies sufficient land for employment and other non-residential and non-employment uses to meet the city's needs to 2031 as required by the PPS. And councillors, if I just go to my motions here just a second, Councillor Manette is moving. Although he's not here, I'm sure Councillor Blows will move it for him. Be it resolved that planning and growth management staff be directed to review and consider the submissions and provide to planning committee as part of the comprehensive review their opinion as to the appropriateness of redesigning these lands to the mixed-use center. And of course, the lands are the lands on the North Service Road that Mr. Nixie identified in his map and indicated to us that we were going to review and bring a recommendation to you. So this is really a belt and suspenders motion. There is no, what did you call it, Councillor? There's no subterfuge here? Subterfuge? Treachery. There's no treachery here. You don't see any treachery, do you? No. Okay. So can we carry... Oh, you have some questions. Okay.
Two more questions, and I just want to make sure, and the first one's in the context of, and I forgot to ask it earlier, but I was interested in the reference to the retail, the shrinkage in the retail market, or in the kind of developments out there and everything else. And one of the things that we've been hanging our hat on is a new CIP, and it would only apply to existing developed land, is my understanding. So as some of those evolutions happen in what are now mixed uses, do you see the CIP applying to those lands or those properties in terms of being redeveloped for employment purposes? Would that be part of the future look here?
Through the chair, certainly don't want to speak for economic development. I think you're working with them on the CIPs, but I can't see why they wouldn't be, as part of that process, would be able to look at future opportunities.
Well, the CIP, if we had the CIP map before us, it shows the lands that potentially could be, and I know it hasn't been finalized or approved yet, but the lands that can be potentially encouraged to redevelop under the CIP. And of course, the reference to how the whole retail market is changing. You know, big boxes going to more, I won't say boutique-ish approach, but certainly their way of doing business is changing rapidly. I see lands freeing up that become part of the supply for potential employment lands. And I would just want to make sure that if that process happens or that evolution happens, that the CIP would actually apply to those lands.
So your question is, would the CIP be updated in time as these things change over time in terms of the use of the land?
Well, that it incorporates that thinking and that approach.
As directed, I could certainly follow up with other staff on that study to ensure that they're taking that into consideration with Mr. Nixie's study.
So, and my last question deals with, there's been some correspondence going back and forth with a fellow who was a former chief economist in the federal government. Mr. Cross, you and I have had some exchanges on that, and I still don't quite comprehend. You're indicating, for instance, that his numbers are skewed, and yet he's pointing out that, and it started actually with Councillor Tierney, looking at discrepancies between Locate Ottawa data and the data that's being used in the planning department. And I wonder if you can clarify why the Locate Ottawa data